All right. We are getting started. All right. Let's make sure everything is good. What's up? Hey, everyone. VSL here. I was a couple minutes late. I was so close. I was so close. We had to take our car in today, and they literally took all day. We thought it was going to be maybe a couple hours, but they took all day. So, what am I hearing? Hold on a second. Sorry, my partner's computer was still playing stuff. Anyway, yeah, so we're here. We made it. Yes! Anyway, let's make sure everything is running. Yay, okay. Awesome. Good to see y'all. Vegan Heretic, Lewis, Martin. Awesome. Good to see y'all. Looks like just the three of us right now, but that's all good. Oh no, there's 13. Okay, good to see you. Oh, good. Hey, what's up, David? Awesome. We've got some peeps. There's some peeps in the house. What's up? Awesome. Let me say awesome a few more times. Awesome possum. All right, so I'm Vegan Stoner Lady. You can also call me Anna if you like. If that's more comfortable. VSL is another acceptable name. And I just want to know why you're not vegan. Veganism comes from an ethical principle to not want to demand the exploitation of an individual who's having their own subjective experience of life, because I'm having my own subjective experience. And even if my version of what's going on was reduced to just sentience instead of having sapience, meaning I was only able to think about being comfortable, wanting that next positive experience, I would still want to be respected, even if my experience is very simple. So with that in mind, I imagine that we should treat each other with that same respect. I want to know why you're not living in alignment with that principle. Before we start, I want to double check. It's going to look weird. Okay, I think it looks okay. I'm trying to make sure that my shot is lined up. And then you can see this little train here. This is Tiny Advocates. And every once in a while, it'll shift around. Sometimes I can do it, but I don't have it open right now. So Ian will probably shift the scene every once in a while. So it's a YouTube thing. Oh, I know what I was supposed to do. Awesome. I'll be able to share that. There you are. All right, YouTube, here you go. You want to come hang out with the cool kids? This is where we're at. Move that, sorry. Request up. Yeah, I think that's right. Uh-oh. I messed it up. Hold on a second. There we go. Let me know if that doesn't work. Oh, I realized, oh, whatever. I had a link that worked just fine. This is live. We are vegan, yes. I'm vegan because I don't want to be exploited, so I don't exploit others. All right, now that we got that all situated, thank y'all for being here. Let's see who I've got on the TikTok side. I have a question. Okay. I don't have prefrontal cortex, so I just don't care. Okay. Can I come up as a guest? I don't have to be vegan. The only time I eat animal products is at my mother-in-law's house, and I'm trying to eliminate that. Okay. All right. So we got an interesting lineup here. We're going to bring up Bass first, and then Holly. Hey, Bass, are you over 18? Oh, hold on a second. Actually, I can't hear you. Just realized. There. Are you over 18?
Penis in my butthole, penis.
really sad. Gonna go ahead and report you. It's pretty gross. Okay. Yeah, let's try not to do that. I hate how long it takes to report somebody. You know, TikTok clearly doesn't want us to be safe. If they did, they would make it better to prevent people from being perverts. Oh, hey, Lori, you have a echo. Oh, no. Oh, hey, Lori, you have a echo. Oh, no. Hey, Lori, you have a echo. I'm going to drop you. I'm going to drop you. I don't know what's happening, but it's happening. All right. Holly. Thank you for being patient. Are you over 18?
Hi.
Oh, I can barely hear you.
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
I was
You're very, very quiet.
Oh, sorry. My signal might be a bit off. You know the vegan burgers at McDonald's? Should I trust it or should I not?
Oh, you didn't come up here to have a good conversation? Got it. Okay. Oh, there you are.
There we go. Sorry. God, I don't know what's going on there.
It's not your
That
fault.
was so weird.
It's TikTok. It's weird.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's been acting weird. Oh, that's I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry, please. It's always TikTok. They do it to like everybody. It's so stupid. But I'm glad that it's fixed now. Welcome up, Lori. It's good to see you.
You too, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're up here.
Yeah. I wanted to do street outreach, but I can't. I don't want to stand out in the smoke, so I thought.
Oh yeah.
I thought I'd just
that's
stay
not
inside.
a good idea.
Yeah. But when it
And
clears
the
up,
heat, too.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can tolerate the heat because where I go, there's
Yeah.
a lot of water, so it stays a little cool. But
Oh, that's good.
But
Okay.
I don't really want to breathe in smoke, so sucks.
No, I would agree there. Yeah, it's terrible.
Well, let's see. We got Cameron. Should I bring Cameron up?
Sure.
Let's
go.
it.
Hopefully he's not a kid.
I know, right?
I'll put my finger on the button if you want me to.
I've got my finger on it too. Cameron, are you over 18?
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
All right. Are you vegan?
No, but I want to know, should I or not?
You should. Do you know what veganism is?
You only eat plants, you don't eat like meat.
That is something that we do, but veganism is actually a principle that comes from not wanting to exploit others because you don't want to be exploited.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you agree that we should avoid exploiting others when we can?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so what's holding you back from living in alignment with that principle?
Because just having seasoned steak, it's the best.
Yeah, but that came from someone's body. Like if it was a human's thigh that was seasoned the same and cooked the same way, would you be just as excited about it?
Hell yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in human rights?
I do. I'm not a goddamn liberal.
Okay, well you're an idiot then because I just asked you.
I'm not a liberal. I'm not a fag.
Yeah, well you're stupid.
It has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah. Also, he's just stupid, big dummy. Nothing but a couple of rocks crashing around up there. Maybe actually, you know what? Rocks is complimenting him. It's a pair of peanuts just flapping in the wind, just kind of a pair of husks. There's no nut inside too. It's just the husk.
One brain cell.
Not even that. Just a little husk of a peanut shell.
Half of a brain cell. Half of a brain cell.
I'm not this.
Bouncing around.
That's the peanut.
Right.
My goodness. They all laugh like idiots too. They all have this ridiculous, idiotic laugh. And it's just like you're making yourself look more stupid.
It's that hick laugh. It's that hick laugh.
Not all of them are hicks though. It's more just the dummy laugh.
There you go. Yeah.
All right. Oh, that's delicious. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up Darian. Darian, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
All right. Are you vegan?
No.
All right. What do you understand veganism to mean?
From what I know from veganism, it's like obviously you don't like eat like any kind of mammal meat, like at all. The true basis of it, I'm pretty sure like they're also kind of like activists in a way for animals. That's the main premise from what I get from it.
So veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of other animals, individuals that are having their own subjective experience. Do you agree that if somebody has the capacity to suffer, that we should avoid exploiting them if we can?
Yeah, of course.
So for you, what is it that you think makes it okay or justified to use animals? Is there something we need from them that we can't get from other sources?
Well, my people is indigenous to these lands of America, and we were required to hunt a lot.
Is
A
there
lot. We were required
anything
to hunt
that
in
you
order to
need from
survive.
animals that justifies what we do to animals?
I would appreciate if you would let me
No,
finish.
you're not answering my question. You're just kind of going off about your family. I don't need to know your background,
My
right?
people, not my family,
It
my
doesn't
people,
matter.
but whatever.
Doesn't matter, right? What I'm asking is, do you think it's fair to use somebody without their consent?
Fair to use someone without their consent? No, I don't.
Agreed. So then what is it that separates other animals and humans that justifies this difference in treatment?
Can you repeat that question one more
Why
time?
is it okay for me to poke animals with sharp objects but not humans?
Animals. Okay. So we have to draw a line between humans and animals. Okay.
What is the morally relevant difference?
I would appreciate if you
I'm
would let
going to
me
move
finish.
on
Though,
if you
miss.
can't answer the question. I really don't care for meta.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to answer your
You're going
question.
to waste my time. I'm just going to shove you along. Lumberjack, are you over 18? Something wrong, Lumberjack? Not loading in. Are you over 18?
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear you at all.
Hello?
Oh, you're very, very quiet. It's very windy. Now you're muted.
Hello.
That's much better. Awesome. I can totally hear you.
Yeah, awesome.
Are you over 18?
Yes,
Right
I
on. Are you vegan?
am. I'm not.
Okay. What do you understand veganism to mean?
The pretty much just not eating meat from what I am educated on.
Well, that would be vegetarianism, but we do avoid using animal flesh. Veganism comes from a principle to not want to demand someone be unfairly used for my benefit. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's
Do you
kind
agree
of
with
like
that principle?
yeah, yeah. And I was just kind of like trying to get at like like the whole animal thing.
Well, it's not just an animal thing. It's that I recognize that regardless of someone's body shape or their intelligence level, I can recognize that somebody is sentient. That means they care about themselves. They don't want to feel harm.
Mhm.
And I can respect that by not exploiting them. Do you agree we
Mhm.
should do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
Do you
Yeah.
think that you should be vegan?
I mean, everything is kind of to a degree. So I believe in.
Well, so again,
you know,
veganism
there's
is
some
respecting
people-
animals. Why can't you respect animals?
Because it's become very it's very accepted. See where
Does
like where I'm
something
from, it's
being
very
normalized
accepted.
remove the immorality of it?
That's a really good point because I actually had a debate with somebody else about this the other day.
Well,
Yeah, that's a
go ahead if you have an answer.
wait. Could you repeat what you said real quick?
Yeah,
I just kind of
is
was kind of
something
trying to think of something else.
can an action, an immoral action, something that we could say is immoral, does it lose its immorality just because it's cultural? Does something being cultural remove the immorality of an act that violates somebody?
No, I don't think so. But to a degree,
So,
the
so
animals don't serve the same. Sorry. If you
well,
wanna-
so okay, to finish out your thought, you're saying that like animals don't contribute to society. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that is
Do
what
you
I was
think
gonna say. Yeah.
if a human can't contribute to society, that we should exploit them?
Um, that's a good point. No, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why I ask, like, what's that morally relevant difference between us and other animals? And we realize once we're listing all these things, we're learning that we're a bit ableist, and it's fine to learn these things and just do better. So it's not that you should be shamed. It's more like you're recognizing, that you're not using logic, because we care about
Mhm.
people that have these inabilities, people that can't think about much, can't contribute to things, right? So with other
Yeah.
animals, really the only thing that matters is that we're all sentient, meaning we're having this subjective experience and we're weighing that experience out to preferences. Do we prefer it or do we not? We want to stay safe, we want
Mhm.
to avoid harm.
Yeah. Well, another point that I was gonna make was, and like, there's a lot of things and people and businesses that run off of, you know, processed
Yeah, but
like.
can you think of a time in human history when there was an atrocity that was being compounded by capitalism? Like human slavery, for example. A lot of people were invested
Mhm.
in having slaves, and for them that was a product, just like how farmers feel about their animals. This is not a product that I've paid for, right? But the issue is that's not a
Yeah.
product, that's a someone, an individual with their own purpose. And even though you have now invested in that, that doesn't take away that this individual deserves immediate liberation from any exploitation. For example, if you were a slave, right, regardless of the consequences to your slave holder, you would want immediate liberation, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So why would it be any different for them?
Well, I'm not totally educated on, like, so say like a fish, for example, like, because I see it in the top right of the
Mhm.
graphic. A fish, think of tens of trillions of fish. Do you think every single fish, you know, serves a purpose?
Well, yeah,
Like,
they serve the same purpose that you do yourself.
Exactly. And the thing being is that we're overfishing 3 trillion a year. And it's not just fish we're taking out. We're taking out coral. We're taking out other animals like turtles and sharks and manta rays and stingrays and seals. These nets take everything and they don't care. It's just a product and it's all for money. And by 2050, science says if we deplete our oceans, we will no longer exist. And that's where we're headed.
mhm.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
that's a
even
good
on
point.
an individual scale, what Lori says is absolutely true. Like, honestly, even if you didn't care about animal rights, which is really the real reason why we're here, but if you didn't even care about that, environmentally speaking, our planet is burning, and a plant based diet would greatly reduce that. But that aside, an individual fish still cares about themselves, and you can eat plants. We actually can feed more people with plants, and then we can allow biodiversity to grow again, and then everybody can live in their ecosystems properly, and we wouldn't have rights violations from humans to animals. And I just think that'd be a better world, don't you?
I mean, if let's think about it on like a health aspect, like I eat meat every single day because I'm a football player, so
Okay,
I
well, let's
am
say let me
it
give you an
greatly.
example. Let's say that what you're doing is the optimal diet for you, and the alternatives would be a step down, like they're 80% as good as using someone. If you were the victim and someone was using you, right, and you provided a great deal of nutrients to them, and they have alternatives, but it's the same situation where it's only like 80% as good. Do you want them to take that alternative, that downgrade, or should they use you for optimal health?
Well, I don't know if that's a valid point because I don't think like animals would have the same consciousness
Okay,
and
regardless of
understanding
that, what would you want?
I probably wouldn't want them to
Yeah,
eat me.
exactly. I wouldn't either. I'd be like, suck it up, take the alternative. The better news is
Yeah.
that you don't have to take a downgrade. In fact, a lot of vegan alternatives are an improvement in health. Like even our junk food is compared to its counterpart is relatively healthier. I wouldn't say eating burgers in any fashion is healthy, but compared to each other, like the Impossibles and the Beyonds, those are actually healthier.
Mm-hmm.
Big
Yeah.
time. And if you're into bodybuilding, you can always watch the Game Changers. It's about bodybuilders that are vegan and a lot of different athletes that you would know who these athletes are and what they eat in a day.
Yeah. It's called Game Changers.
Well, going back to the point of like where you said would they want to take me? Do you think that animals would have the same understanding and consciousness and you think that they would know that like they're being used? I
No,
don't think
but
so.
we have humans that do bad things. Even if a human who isn't rational is doing bad things, I still don't think we should exploit them. Maybe separate them and protect others from them if they're doing dangerous things, but we shouldn't exploit anybody.
And they know if they're doing something and they don't like it. They know when they're being pushed to the extreme. They know.
Okay. Sorry, I have to
Okay,
go.
so I want to
but
ask you
thank you.
2 things. Would you be willing to watch a documentary on your own time?
I'd probably be
Okay,
down.
so it's
yeah.
on this link. If you just take a screenshot so you can look at it later, and you click on see
Okay.
what I fund when you open that site, takes you right to the documentary, and just ask yourself, if these were puppy dogs, would you feel as apathetic about what you're seeing? Because the animals that we use are literally the same sentience. They're just as conscious as your companions that are next to you, dogs, cats, whatever. So watch that with that. Would you be willing to
Yeah.
watch that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. My last question. How many more animals do you want to be exploited for you? How many more do you want to be put in that position?
I don't know. I'd probably still be eating the cows and shit.
Well, if you were the
honestly.
victim,
I
what would
agree
you
with
want
you.
your oppressor to do while they're figuring stuff out? Keep using you or stop until they figure out what's going on?
Shit, I don't know. Like probably not use
Yeah.
me.
So we're just advocating that you act how you want your oppressors to act towards you, act that way towards other animals. So go watch that documentary, be honest with yourself. And then that next step is on those cards. I would just look up the Vegan Daily Dozen, just how to get everything you need in a whole food, plant-based diet.
Yeah, the Game Changers is on Netflix.
Yeah, that's also in my website too. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I didn't drop him, he ran, but I hope he took the resources. So we're not here to fight. I really appreciate that was cordial at least. So dubs in the chat for that. But yeah, the thing, what you should be saying is, you know what, I'm going to pause doing what I'm doing because I don't know how I'm making victims and I want to make sure that I'm not making victims before I continue to support that industry. So we're just saying, go check out this website, go look at the documentary, and then the next steps are on there. If you click Go Vegan, you'll find all the resources. Animaljustice21.org is another great resource. It's in there. And it's just a great place to reflect daily on your ethical choices on why to be vegan, which is really important. I think a lot of people forget that why they're going vegan. Why are they vegan? It's not a fad. It's not a diet. It's because you have, compassion and that you don't want to demand someone's exploitation. If you saw someone suffering, because you understand if you're suffering, you would want it to be alleviated, you help others. You don't necessarily need to be able to put yourself in someone else's shoes. You can just logic that out. You can understand without feeling all those emotions. You can be like, hey, that's wrong. It doesn't require, being an emotional person. It's just logic. All right. Zero, come on up. Hey, what's up, Axel? I see you in there. Good to see you. No Injustice. Hey, what's up? Mrs. Teaspoon. Or Miss T. Oh my God, I said Mrs. Miss Teaspoon and Neil. Sorry, a bunch of people just popped in. I didn't see them. Sabby! Okay. Zero, I appreciate you being patient while I was crazy for a second. Are you over 18?
I just want to say
I'm
something.
sorry, I can't have you up here if you're under 18. I know it sucks. Social media, I would feel the same way. I'd be biting at the bit too, but it really is for your safety that we don't have children on the panel. So, Lauren, are you over 18? No, okay. If you're, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you vegan?
I am.
You are vegan? Oh, okay.
Yes.
What's veganism?
Having sympathy for the animals that are being eaten, because I feel like it's like really sad
you
when all the
laughing?
pigs have to die for. I'm not laughing.
What's veganism again?
I don't know about that topic, but like I do feel
Yeah, you're a
sympathy.
child. Child, about to say something terrible.
Yeah, he had 0 followers
Hello?
and like 1 he was following, but you could tell he was a kid.
Are you over 18?
Yeah,
What year were you born?
2008.
I don't know. I don't trust you. Tom, are you over 18?
Hello,
Hi.
hello.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Are you vegan?
No.
What's veganism mean?
When you just don't consume animal-based
That's
products.
close. It is something we do, but veganism is an ethical stance. So we don't want to demand someone's exploitation if we can avoid doing so, because we believe a sentient being has the inherent right to not be exploited. Like human rights, humans have the inherent right to not be exploited. Do you agree?
Yes, yes. Yes, my take is that unless you consume mainly animal-based products, like if you eat a mixture of like animal-based products and plant-based products, we wouldn't really be exploiting animals.
Okay. Exploitation means to use someone unfairly for your benefit. So even in moderation, using someone without their consent, even one individual, is still exploitation.
Okay. My thoughts are even though a vegan may claim, like naturally speaking, if you raise your own like
Okay, well, let's start over. Let's
animals
start
and
over.
eat
Let's start
them.
over. So veganism is an
Okay, okay.
ethical stance against the exploitation of other sentient beings, meaning I don't want to use someone who I cannot get consent from, reliable consent. I don't want to use them if I can avoid doing so because they care about themselves just as much as I care about myself, right? Human slavery, even
Exactly.
though it did help other people, was immoral because slaves didn't want to be slaves, right? That wasn't fair. Okay,
Yes, yes.
so for the animals, they are slaves. Why is it fair to enslave them?
I agree that it isn't fair,
Okay,
but
so if it's not fair, do you agree we should stop doing that to them?
on an industrial scale, yeah, I would
Well,
agree,
are
but
animals here,
I
are animals a
feel
resource to be used or are they a someone?
they for our species they are a resource
Okay, so you eat
because
dogs?
um I haven't tried
Okay,
dog,
you eat
but
baby
I
humans?
respect people who do.
Okay,
No, because that would neglect
but
our
we're
own
animals.
species.
Okay, so a
Yeah,
true
exactly.
carnist doesn't care what species you are. Even lions will eat other lions.
Yeah, but that's not even a big of a problem because if the parent of the baby who's being eaten is able to protect their offspring, they will be favoring
So
survival
you're
of the
saying if I
fittest.
give birth to a baby, it's okay for me to eat the baby?
That's not the
Okay,
same
is it
thing.
okay for me to eat my baby? But lions do
No,
it.
because you're neglecting
But
the
lions do it.
species. But lions would only kill the runt in the
Okay,
family.
so if I do it because the baby's too small, that's okay?
Well, we have a society. Lions do not have a society.
So
in the
now it's we don't have the same kind of situation as a lion. So we don't need to eat the smallest baby, right? We don't have
Yeah,
to do that.
and
Agreed. I agree. If we don't have to eat the baby, the more moral option is to not eat the baby, correct? Okay, so when
exactly.
it
But
comes to
in
other animals, what is it that you need that you can't get from other sources that justifies you violating an animal?
wait. But
What
in
about
nature,
other animals justifies you violating them? Why is it okay for you to
you're
violate
not
other animals
violating
but
them
not
though.
for me to eat a baby?
But you're not violating them. You're
Am I
respecting
violating
them.
the
You're
baby when I
taking.
eat them? Tom,
Yes,
are you like purposely being dumb?
but
Okay,
no.
what is
But you
Tom?
need to
Stop
listen
talking
to
for a
me.
second. What is the morally relevant difference between a baby and other animals?
A baby is a part
I
of
don't
our
care.
species.
Why should I respect a baby? I don't
Why?
care that they're human. Why should I respect a baby?
Well, because it's like part of our
Are you
species.
on
If
stuck on
you use
repeat?
that
I just
logic,
said I don't care that they're part of our species. I don't care.
let
So why
let
should
me
I
speak.
respect a baby?
Let,
I'm going to
let me
drop you
speak.
because I don't think you even understand why we respect other humans. Why should I, Tom?
It's
Why should I respect humans?
okay.
Tom,
Speak.
Tom, it's
why
simple.
should I, yeah,
It's
why should I
simple.
respect humans that are not able to speak and have low cognition? Why should I respect them?
Because we live in a society. In nature, wait.
No,
Let me speak.
no, he can't say anything else. He literally he's stuck on that. It's a society. Society said that human slavery was okay, my friend. Society is not the reason.
If you're in the comments, there's no. What she was trying to get you to understand is there is no difference between us and non-human animals. No difference. It's
Yeah,
real simple.
precisely. And just for the same reasons it's wrong to enslave a human, it's wrong to enslave other animals. We all have our own purpose. We all want to do whatever we want to do without being told what to do when it's not in our best interest, right? That's why would it be any different for other animals? What sucks for the animals that we've domesticated is that we've literally handicapped them, so they can't even survive the wild anymore. We have to care for them, but just because now we've made this mess and we need to care for them doesn't justify continuing to exploit them, continuing to breed them. Just take care of who's here, no longer breed anybody, and then in about 20 years there won't be any more domesticated animals. Wild animals will blossom. Biodiversity would explode. You would have wild neighbors. You don't need to have a companion. You don't need to have a cow, right? You could just have wild neighbors. That's the world I want to live in where everyone's free. I don't know why anybody would want anything different.
Yeah, can I call out Pete in the comments?
Oh,
I don't think that you should say stuff like that, Pete, because what you're saying is incorrect and you're spreading propaganda. That's not correct amongst vegans. He's talking about that we're hypocrites because we are mostly pro-abortion.
Abortion has nothing to do with this.
And that is incorrect.
There are
yes.
pro-life, pro-choice. We're here for the animals. And if you're so
Yeah.
upset about abortion, you should be upset about farmers sticking their arms up cows, making them have babies. And for every
Exactly.
male, they smash them. Or they pew them. Babies. So if you're worried about that, maybe go check out what they do to other animals. If you're avidly for that, you have a principle, right? It's either autonomy or sentience. Either way, if you're not vegan, you're violating your own principles. You're stealing someone's sentience or you're violating their autonomy. Be consistent. When you're not consistent, you open the door to harmful prejudice. You're now saying it's okay for anybody to deem any trait they deem lesser and then exploit that person. You're saying that's moral.
Yeah, and Fly or Slayer, the word human is just a construct that we made up.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just something that we.
What are
came up
words?
with.
We were talking about this earlier. What are words? Are they what dictate what we do, or are they a descriptor of what we do? Right? They describe. So just because some word has an old definition that needs to be updated doesn't mean that an individual should be denied their rights. Because that's what we did to our own species, and we said that's wrong. So why are we doing it for another arbitrary trait? Right? It has nothing to do with why they should be respected. Regardless of your species, your skin color, your gender, your sexual orientation, you still care about yourself. That's what's important. People are just losing it. Oh, Frisia's in here. Good to see you, Frisia. I haven't been in the chat for a minute. I'm sorry. I really miss you guys. Okay.
Any vegans that want to come up? Any other vegans want to
Oh
come
yeah,
up?
I'm fine with other vegans coming up. But don't invite them. Don't invite them, Lord.
I didn't know if they were
I don't see
requesting or
any.
not. No, I didn't know
If they request, you're welcome to bring them up,
Oh,
but
okay.
don't invite anybody. Just because I don't want anybody to feel like obligated. So,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
yeah, if you see anybody request, you're welcome to bring them up. Darbini, did we just talk to this person, or have I just been looking at their name? Darbini. Oh,
Hello.
you got to be over 18. Okay, Val Thazar or Vault Hazar. Are you over 18? Okay,
Very
good.
much
Are
so.
you vegan? All right, it is a little hard to hear you. Are you able to get closer? Well, that's
Is that
about the
better?
same. But okay, we can go on. What do you understand veganism to mean?
Oh, I listened to your prompt earlier. I understand what you mean by veganism. I'm just curious. Why do you think
Well,
animals
then
and us
repeat
are
to me
so
what
similar?
veganism is, and that might answer your question right there.
I want to know
So
what your premise
veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of other sentient beings. Another sentient being, I do not want to demand someone else, another individual, having their own subjective experience. I don't want to demand they be used unfairly for my benefit when it's unnecessary. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm pretty much. That's
Yeah,
what you
do
said
you agree
earlier.
that if somebody
So I
has the
heard that.
capacity to suffer, that we should respect that by not exploiting them?
No,
So you
not
think we should
really.
exploit humans? You think
We
that's
do exploit
moral?
humans.
Do you think
Have you
that's
looked at the
moral?
world? Well, I think it's
So you're
subjective.
committing what's called the is-ought fallacy. I'm asking you what you think should be, and you keep repeating to me what is. Can you please tell me, do you think we should exploit each other?
In an ideal society with human beings and nature and
Should be
everything
an
should be
easy
in
answer.
balance. It's just
Should be an
never going
easy
to be in
answer.
balance. I said it should be in balance, but
Should
it's not going
we
to be.
exploit each other? Do you know what exploitation means?
No, I do.
I don't think they're
Should
equipped for this conversation. Exploitation means to use someone unfairly for your benefit. So if we farmed humans, for example, that would be using someone unfairly for your benefit, right? Farming other animals, equally unfair. They don't want it. You don't need to do it to them. You get it? I'm glad you get it. I'm glad that you're smart and that you're going to become vegan now. Thank you. All right. Goodness gracious. I don't understand older men that think they're smart but talk like they're 8. Argan, are you over 18? Are you vegan?
Yes, I am.
All right.
No,
What do
I
you
am not.
understand veganism to mean?
It's like a way of life to not exploit animals or
Yeah,
any
that's pretty
species.
close. Do you know what exploitation means?
Yes.
Just relay it to me just so that we're on the same page. Or do you want me? I could say what my opinion is. I'm not trying to like test your understanding of definitions. It's more like I want to make sure we're on the same page. So when I say exploitation, I mean unfair use of an individual having their own subjective experience for my benefit, not theirs. So do you think it's fair to exploit other animals when we have other options or can go without? I can't hear you if you teacup. Are you there? Oh, I can't hear you at all. Right? Okay, I can hear you now.
Hello? Yeah, I think it is.
It is right to what?
Exploit
Okay,
animals.
so do you think it's right to exploit an individual who's having their own subjective experience of life, someone who can suffer?
So to exploit
So
humans?
what I described is actually it could be humans or human animals or other animals.
Yes.
So you think it's okay to exploit anybody who has the capacity to suffer? That's terrible.
Yes.
So you don't believe in human rights?
Well, it's like we wouldn't be where
That
we are
doesn't
without
matter. We wouldn't be
exploitation.
here without slavery. We wouldn't be here without rape. We wouldn't be here without unjust murder, but that doesn't make those things moral. So what makes it okay for us to stab other animals, but not okay to stab humans? What is that difference? I can't hear you again. I still can't hear you. I'm going to have to drop you. I literally don't know what's happening right now. I hear this really faint sound.
To survive.
You can survive eating plants, though. What do you need from animals that you can't get from other sources that justifies this?
It's a lot more
That doesn't
efficient to use
matter.
animals.
If you were the victim and your
It
oppressor was
does.
going to use you because you give them 100% efficiency, but they have an alternative that gives them 80% efficiency, what would you want your oppressor to do? Use the alternative or go ahead and use you?
Well, I would want them to use the alternative because
So
I
why
am
would
the
it
one
be
in
any
danger.
different for any
But
other sentient being?
because as like animals, they do not
So we can
have
do
the
this to
brain to
humans that
like
are not aware. It's
think.
okay to exploit humans that are not aware.
It
Nicky,
happens to
that's the
humans that are
is-ought
not aware.
fallacy. I'm asking you what should be. Do you think we should exploit humans that are unaware?
It's needed for the good
So
of the
you're
world.
another racist. Got it. Terrible. You're okay with picking some arbitrary trait of another sentient being and saying it's okay for me to be racist to you, sexist to you, homophobic to you. You're no different. You're using the logic of a grapist. You're saying my pleasure, my sensory, temporary pleasure is worth more than your entire experience. What is wrong with you? Why would you think that's okay? If I was kicking a dog for fun, would you understand the oppression and exploitation then? I can kick something else that dog feels. You can eat something else. Those cows, pigs, chickens, fish, they all feel. If you ever watch slaughterhouse footage, it's violent. The animals know where they're at and they don't want it. And even if you trick them, it would still never be fair. Put yourself in the victim's perspective. I understand you're the oppressor right now. I understand it's not happening to you, but it's happening because of you. You're demanding it. They're only there because you keep picking up what they put on the shelf. It's your fault. There is blood on your hands. Someone, babies, they're babies. Roly poly, are you over 18? Okay, are you
Yeah, I
vegan?
am.
What's veganism?
No, ma'am. I assume you guys just think of yourselves equally towards
I
animals.
wouldn't say it's equally. I'd say we inherently care about ourselves the same, but veganism is about me not demanding someone else's exploitation because I don't want to be exploited. Does that make sense?
I mean, I guess if you think about it in
Have
your
you
way,
heard of the
sure.
golden rule? It's a pretty commonly known rule.
Yeah, do unto others as you
I
would do to
see.
yourself,
So
sure.
I'm just saying the same thing.
But, you know, God has given us animals.
Is God really the
To,
reason why you use animals?
you know
Or
what I'm
if you
saying?
found out that God said, I don't care if you eat animals, do or don't. Okay, can you
Yeah,
stop
but he
for a second? Do
doesn't.
you want to have a
So let's
conversation? You
not,
have
you
to be a
know.
fucking asshole, because I'll drop you.
Hey, I mean,
I do not like it when people, like, I'm genuinely trying to have a reasonable conversation and you keep talking over me. I will meet you at that level. Milo, are you over 18? Yeah.
Excuse
I
me, you.
need adults, and I've had nothing but children this whole time. Oh my God. Axa, are you over 18? Okay, are you vegan?
Yes. Hello?
What do you understand veganism
No.
to mean?
Well, I think it varies for more people. Some people do it
I'm
for
just
health
asking what you
purposes. Some people
understand it
do it
to
for
mean.
morality. Like don't like if you're going by your definition, exploitation of not to
Yeah.
exploit
So
animals.
veganism means, as a sentient being, I don't want to demand another individual having their own subjective experience to be used unfairly when it's unnecessary, and I can avoid demanding that.
Okay. I have a question for you. So are you vegan like for
I mean,
morality
am I
purposes?
talking to a brick? What did I just say? What did I just say?
It's just a
What did I
question.
just say? What did I just
Yeah,
say?
yeah, like exploiting.
You
Yeah. So I
guys,
assume it is from.
if you're gonna come up here and ask me a question, listen to me. I'm not gonna answer your question if you can't listen to me. I just fucking explained. I don't want to use others because it's not fair. I just explained that. Oh, can you tell me again why you're vegan? I just said I don't want to demand someone's exploitation. Goodness gracious. You guys are the definition of insanity. You just keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It's freaking wild. Oh my gosh. You know what's funny is you non-vegans are so predictable that us vegans have bingo cards with what you're going to say. You're so predictable. We know the excuses so well. So well. It's really sad. And you know what's sad is that we know them better than you, and they're the justification you use to schmurder someone. You don't even know your own excuse. How pathetic is that? Oh my God. Truth or liberal? They do, Frasier. They say the same thing. Always. Well, I don't know if truth or liberal is there. It sucks. You can reply. You can try to come up again. Raging. I appreciate y'all being here too. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for interacting. Please don't spam. If you have the power to stop people from spamming, please do so. Hey, Raging, are you over 18?
So
Okay.
yes,
Are you
I'm
vegan?
23.
Okay, real quick, just
No,
so
I
we're
am
on the
not.
same page. What do you understand veganism to mean?
Eating more plants than you do, like vegan meat. Like
Okay, veganism,
I don't know.
I just want you to understand
But
so you know what you're fighting against and what you're defending. Okay, I'm standing up for animal rights against them being exploited because I'm an animal, I'm a sentient being, I don't want to be exploited. Okay, and even if I lost my ability to be sapient, think about complex things, I would still want to be respected. Would you like to be respected if you lost all your sapience? You guess?
I guess. But
Wait, there's
I do have a
space in
question.
there to allow someone
I-
to use you for their benefit, not yours? Or should you just
Well,
be
I mean
respected?
that's how I've been all my
Should you be
life.
respected?
People have been
Raging,
using me all my
stop.
life, so I might.
Stop. That's an ought. I'm asking what you think should be. Do you think we should exploit each other for our own benefits, or should we respect each other? You didn't answer me.
But can I ask
gave
you
you
a
two
question?
options. You said no. I'm gonna drop you if you aren't gonna work with me here.
All right, that's fine. Be mad. I don't care.
And I don't want to have a conversation with disingenuous people. I try not to insult you, actually. GWM. Are you over 18?
Hello?
Okay. Are you vegan?
Yeah.
What do you understand
No.
veganism to mean?
Like you don't eat meat?
Vegetarianism. What is veganism? Why'd you come up here?
Because I thought that was like, that was the thing.
Well, you're supposed to
you
come
know?
up here and tell me why you aren't vegan. You don't even know what veganism is?
Because meat's amazing.
Do you believe that we should have human slaves? Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, guys. Another racist. You're going to see a pattern. People who are racist, homophobic, sexist, they're also going to be like, yeah, it's okay to use arbitrary traits to discriminate. That's okay. Marco, are you over 18?
Hello?
Are you
Yes.
vegan? Oh.
No.
I can't hear you if you teacup. Hello? Are you vegan?
Hello? Can you hear me?
What's veganism mean?
No. Is it like, I don't know, is it like not only people don't like vegan, but is it like to like stop like
You're
animal
kind of going
cruelty?
in the right direction, but it has nothing to do with cruelty. Veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation. So specifically, I am against the unfair use of others for your gain on purpose.
Like
Hunting
like
is another
hunting, right?
example. Shopping for animal products at a grocery store, another example. Going to the zoo is another example.
Fishing?
The aquarium, that's another example. Of course.
What about fishing?
Anybody with a brain and a central nervous system that is alive is most likely sentient, having experiences. Most of these individuals, we've witnessed them change their behaviors when they experience suffering, which means they care about themselves. That's a sign of sentience.
I see. And you know, do you have any questions you want to ask me? Because I like meat and I like to eat, the fish and stuff, So, and don't get me wrong, it's a very addictive, and
So
stuff.
most
So
vegans didn't become vegan because they didn't like flavor or taste or something like that. It's more that they recognized that animals feel not just pain but emotions, and that they care about themselves. And we can survive and thrive on other things. So why demand someone suffer or just lose everything when you don't need to do that?
I don't know, but would it be the same thing with like other animals, like a lion, like trying to hunt a zebra because a zebra is feeling that pain, right? And the lion's eating meat.
If I could communicate to a lion and a lion had other options, or I could even provide a lion other options, then yeah, I would like to talk to the lion and talk to them about ethics and morality, but I can't do that. We're not currently there with our technology. And I think before we start invading other animal nations and telling them what to do, we should focus on ourselves. Our species breeds into existence 92.2 billion land animals, not including aqua life yet, just land animals alone, 92.2 billion, and we have to feed them, So there's all these individuals being harmed. We could literally have a greener planet and not be violating someone. We could feed more humans and not be violating someone. So, yeah.
Do you think that we could be even more greener if we, let's just say, we force like the lion to like instead of them hunting the zebras, we just give them plants and other
when humans have stopped exploiting animals, because it's really hard to go and tell somebody what to do when you haven't cleaned up your own room. You know what I mean? Like you yourself are still demanding animals go through the slaughterhouse. Why?
I don't know.
Is there something in your mind that makes it okay, or are you going to leave this conversation living vegan?
I don't know, because it's like I've been eating meat my whole life, like you know, like
Have
steaks,
you seen what
bacon,
those
pork
animals
chops, you know,
go through
like
to become those objects that you use for pleasure? Okay, how
yes,
do
I
they
have.
unalive a cow? And make sure to just use weird language, like you don't say the K word, you say unalive, or you can say schmurder. But walk me through the steps on how they unalive a
Okay,
cow.
a cow, they mostly use
Mm-hmm.
a pew. They use like some type of metal, like they put on the head and pew. Then not only cows,
Oh wait,
but you
let's stick
know,
with cows first. What's the next
pigs
step?
as well. Oh, okay. Cows, you know, they
Oh,
of
no,
course
okay,
abuse the
okay, okay.
cows for
So you
sure.
do know
With
the first
different.
step. They do stun the cow. That doesn't take the cow's life away. That just stuns them so that they don't wiggle around as much. They're easier to process, so they can make the line faster. Then they hang them by their leg. Cows are heavy. I don't know if you've seen how big they are. They're big animals. They hang them by one leg, which often
Yeah.
dislocates their hip. And then while they're hanging, they'll slit their throat. If it's sometimes what they'll do in certain knock boxes, they'll have a little device that holds the cow's head up while they're still in the knock box, and they'll slit them right there. So either way, they get hung by their leg and they choke on their blood as it's bleeding out of them. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, they have to be kept alive as long as they can for the heart to pump the blood out of the body. So that's why, you know, the stun guns don't do anything.
Do you think that's fair? Yeah, go ahead.
To be honest, I gotta
Is
have
that
my
fair? Do you
steaks.
think
You know,
your
like
pleasure, do you think
like
your 15
unfortunately,
minutes of sensory pleasure are worth more than the cow's entire life?
I mean, to be honest, like if I want the
Okay,
steak
you
on
understand
on my
though, right
plate,
now,
like I
you're
need that
making a
steak.
huge, embarrassing claim that your pleasure matters more than an individual who cares about themselves, who can suffer. It matters more than their experiences. This is no different than a PDF file. They don't care the harm they're causing to their innocent victim who wants to live and not be exploited. They don't care. All that matters is their pleasure.
I mean, I care
Is your
about
pleasure
having meat on
worth
the
more than
table. You know,
someone's
just
life?
Yeah, especially when I don't need it. But can I make a suggestion, Marco? I don't know if you've ever heard of lion's mane mushroom.
no,
But
I haven't.
there are a lot of companies out there that use this mushroom to form steaks. And they season it just like you would a steak. And I'm telling you, you would never know the difference. It cuts just like steak, has the texture of steak. Maybe you should give one a try. They have them in your local grocery store.
But at the end of the day, I still want
Marco,
the
look,
steak
if
on the
you are
table.
just adamant on being racist, I can't make you be a good person. But you can recognize that kicking a dog for fun is immoral, right?
I mean,
I just gave you a suggestion to try.
Well,
I mean, why not at least give it a try?
it's just that I don't.
It's just like a steak, man.
It's just that I don't like to eat vegetables. That's the problem. I hate vegetables.
He's not worth it,
this. You
Lori.
would think
He's
it's
not
a
worth
piece
it.
of
He's clearly
steak.
telling us that he's just racist. So he's okay with using
But
arbitrary
at the
traits to
end of-
harmfully discriminate others. He'd be okay if someone deemed him lesser and wanted to use him as, well, whatever they wanted to use him as. He'd be okay with that.
But your question, real quick, about the dog.
Yeah, an
kicking,
innocent
like
puppy.
kicking like
What
a
if I like
dog.
innocent puppies and I kick them for fun? Is that moral?
That's moral. But what if a dog, a
That's
grown dog, attacks
moral.
you? Like,
You just said that's moral. Terrible. Hey, Frisia. Good. Good. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Oh my god.
Hi.
That guy.
Hey.
Well, it's more
Guys
like
love
they're just
toast,
being,
yeah.
they're liars. And I can't handle talking to liars. They can't be honest because they know they're wrong. So they just keep lying, and it's like, I can't handle it, dude. I can't handle that you are not honest with yourself and others. It's terrible. What a terrible habit. Anyway, it frustrates me because these animals are dying for it. And these, again, they don't even know their own claims. They don't even know why they respect each other. They just think it's okay to do whatever they want to anybody as long as they get pleasure. Joseph, are you over 18? Okay. I don't know who that was. Did you bring him up, Lori? Oh, okay. I'm gonna bring up the oh, nice. Okay.
I'm trying to bring up 40
That's totally fine. Yeah, any vegans,
but I
you're welcome
accidentally hit
to.
the other guy, so yeah, I
Didn't
disconnected
move.
it.
No worries, no worries, no worries. No worries. No, please don't be
Hey,
sorry, Lori.
what's up?
David.
How it goes, guys?
It goes. It's good to have you up here.
Is it always this crazy or what? Like, what the heck is going on tonight?
Don't know. I don't know. I have a theory that in the chat are mostly bots that are like, it's like, it reminds me of Idiocracy. There's a scene where the lawyer guy, who's like one of the main characters, his car gets shot at by these turrets that are on the road, and his car like starts to catch on fire. So they're getting out of the car, and then other dumb people are like, yeah, keep shooting the car. So they have their own guns and they start shooting the car, and they're like starting to throw bricks. So I feel like there's bots that are like antagonizing trolls to like amp up the violence, and they're just all yelling at a burning car like, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That dude's requesting up. I don't know if you want to give him a try or not.
Who was it? Joseph?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll bring him up. I didn't drop him. He dropped on his own. So I was
I disconnected him because I tried to bring up 40 year and I wasn't sure about him. So
I know, right? And it moves. I hate it when it moves like that.
So quick. I was just like, dang.
Yeah. Hey, Joseph, are you over 18?
If you're cool, Joseph, I apologize for that.
No, you're good. I get it. It was a complete misunderstanding, and yes, I am over the age of 18.
Perfect. Are you vegan?
No, I am not.
Okay. What do you understand veganism to mean?
Sorry, what my understanding of veganism is?
Yeah.
A morality standpoint where people are not or not needing or trying to take away from another sentient being for sustenance.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's basically, more specifically, we're against exploitation of others that are having a subjective experience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if someone has the capacity to suffer, I don't want to exploit them or use them unfairly.
Correct.
Awesome.
Correct.
So,
and I
was going to ask, why
Sorry,
aren't
go
you
ahead.
vegan?
Because of how I grew up. Of course, anecdotal to the overall thing, right? I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. We don't have a lot of grow time for, your grains, vegetables. We have zero fruits up here, right? But growing up, this was and it is still my main diet is meat.
If someone was up in that area and wanted to go vegan, do you think it's right that they don't have access to those things?
No, they still have access to it.
Okay,
right?
so it's possible
But-
to be vegan.
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Can you be vegan there?
I can, but I choose not to. May I explain why?
Okay.
Okay, so one, because of where I do live at geographically, the price of these things are astronomically high, right? Even more so for your what's that called? The name's escaping me. Organic fruits and veggies, right, are more expensive up here. And by the time that those fruits and veggies do get up here, unless they are canned, they are withered away because they have to be trucked up here, right? And that's excluding the canned fruits and veggies.
Okay. So let's say that you trade places with the animals that you use, and your oppressor has the same situation. Would you rather that they use you or suck it up and use the alternatives?
My personal preference, if I was a four-legged creature or something with fins, I would probably have to say, hey, guess what? Like, I would like to live my life. But the main thing that I disagree with about the meat agricultural industry is the slaughterhouses.
I mean, it
and
doesn't
please
matter.
correct me.
The issue
can
with
understand that.
slaughterhouses, the reason why slaughterhouses are bad is the same reason why any animal exploitation is wrong. Because they're sentient beings that care about themselves, and they shouldn't be exploited just because you can gain some benefit from them.
Well, would sustenance be a benefit or a necessity to keep on living?
Well, you just told me it's not a necessity for you to use them. You said you can be vegan in your area.
Yes, and I gave an explanation as to why. Now, my explanation might not be agreeable with you, and that's completely.
Well, no, but you already agreed with me that your oppressor, if you were the victim, if things were reversed, that you would want your oppressor to use the alternatives. So we're just suggesting that you act as you would want your oppressor to act towards you, act that way towards the animals.
Right, and if I had a mind, like if I was a four-legged creature and I had the brain of a human being, then of course I would feel absolutely that way.
I mean, we have humans that don't share this common cognition. We have humans that are no more than sentient, and we still find it immoral to exploit them because sentience is an individual having a subjective experience. They don't need to have a ton of knowledge, right? They just care about themselves and want to avoid harm.
Correct. You are 100% correct when it comes to individuals that have a cognitive disability.
Other animals
do
are the
care about
same.
themselves. Okay, but we do not live in this universe where people are eating other people.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying that because I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that we don't eat and use and exploit other animals because we are animals. There is no morally relevant difference between us. They don't focus on the same things as us, and they look different. That's it. Other than that, we're the same.
Well, I would have to disagree to a certain point.
Okay,
Yes,
then
we are
tell me,
animals.
what is that morally relevant difference? What is it?
That morally relevant difference is that if I go to the store, right, which I don't, I am
This
in
is
fact
just
a hunter.
convenience.
Well,
if it was
it's not
convenient for your
convenience
oppressor
because
to
I don't
use
go
it,
to
you
the
just
store.
look. It's either you exploit someone or you don't. I don't care how you do it. It's up to you. Do you think it's fair to exploit others?
Other human beings, absolutely not.
Do you think if somebody has the capacity to suffer and nothing more, that they still deserve respect?
Yes, they do. Absolutely.
How do you respect somebody when you can't get their consent? How do you respect them and use them at the same time?
Because do you want my politically correct answer, or do you want the full
I mean,
on
I'm
truth
very
of why I do
curious.
it?
How do you use a human who cannot respond to their treatment? How do you use them ethically for your benefit?
Sorry, are we talking about animals or humans?
I'm telling
using
you,
for my
there's
benefit?
no morally relevant difference between humans and other animals. If you keep pointing to intelligence, I'm going to keep pointing to humans that aren't intelligent. There is
Great,
nothing
and
that
I
one.
understand, but I am
let me
trying.
let me
I
let me
asked
ask
a
another. Wait,
question.
stop. Let me ask in a more clear way. What do 100% of humans have that other animals don't? That justifies the difference in treatment. 100% of humans. What do 100% of humans have that other animals don't? That justifies the difference in treatment.
The ability to advance how they are dispatched.
What?
Huh?
Yeah, can I explain how?
That doesn't make sense.
Why I came up with that answer?
That doesn't make sense.
Advance?
Can I explain? Can I explain that answer?
How they're schmurdered?
Wait, that's
Can I explain how?
that's not a morally relevant difference because humans could also apply how they dispatch individuals to either other humans or to non-human animals. That wouldn't be a morally relevant trait difference because we're looking for a symmetry breaker. That doesn't break the symmetry. You could apply the exact same action to a human animal as you could to a non-human animal if you're talking about like dispatch methods. There's no actual difference there.
The key difference is, I will agree with you 100%. There is zero difference in the ability of how you're speaking or asking your question, ma'am, between an animal and a human being, right? But like I had said before, we do not live in this alternate universe
I'm not talking
where
about an alternate
humans are
universe.
being dispatched
I'm not
for
talking about that at
human
all.
sustenance, right?
You're totally
Well, you
on
have
the moon
brought
right
that
now,
question
dude.
up
You
multiple
are
times.
on the moon. You're on the moon.
You have brought that
You're
up
on
multiple
the
times.
moon.
Is it okay for other humans to eat
Irrational.
other humans?
Yeah,
Joseph,
why is it immoral?
talking-
Yeah,
Go ahead, Keith. Sorry.
that is a
She's
irrelevant
talking
question.
about-
We don't
well,
live
no,
in an environment like that.
No, Joseph,
We
she's
live
talking
nowhere
about-
in some random universe.
Hold on, Joseph. Just wait. She's not saying she's not talking about a hypothetical world right now. She's talking about our current world as it stands in this exact moment in time. She's asking, in this exact current moment in time, what would justify needlessly oppressing and exploiting one sentient being but not the other? What's the morally relevant trait difference intrinsic to them that justifies the difference in treatment? This has nothing to do with the hypothetical scenario any longer.
It absolutely is a hypothetical, and can I explain why?
Well,
Without being muted.
every question is going to be effectively a hypothetical, right? I could make any
you can
question
say
as a
my
hypothetical
questions
question.
are hypothetical, but hers are not. How does that make sense?
Wait, no,
You're
again,
saying that every question is going to be hypothetical.
No, again, yeah, like that's the whole idea here. Like the premise of a question is that it is a hypothetical, especially like a moral question.
And every
Like,
question
I
ask,
could
when I
ask-
try to explain the answer, it's always followed up by, "Whoa,
Okay.
dude, you're on the moon, bro.
Okay.
You're all these
Okay.
things."
Joseph, hold on. All right, we're getting really, really off track here, right?
No, we're getting off track because there's
So, okay,
3, 4
May I
vegans up
ask
here,
you-
and I have zero chance to
may I
explain my
ask you-
answers.
May
'cause
I
it's
ask
always cut
you
off.
a
How does
question?
any of that make sense?
Joseph, may I ask you a question? Is that all right if I ask you a question?
You're muted.
I would just go ahead and ask it.
Joseph,
yeah, go
can
for it.
you
I
hear
can
me?
stop being fucking muted. It's great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ask your question.
Okay. So my question is, do you have a dog?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, what's your dog's name?
Mabel, Klaus, and Duke.
Maple, Klaus, and Duke?
Yep, I got 3 of them.
3 of them. Okay. So are you saying that it's okay or not okay to exploit Maple, Klaus, or Duke?
No, it's not. Can I
It's
explain
not.
why?
Yeah,
I explain why.
I would like to know why it's not okay to exploit Maple, Klaus, or Duke, but it is okay to exploit someone else. Like, let's say there's a pig named Hamlet. Why would it be okay to exploit Hamlet, but not Maple, or Klaus, or Duke?
Okay, because one, culturally, here in America, it is not culturally acceptable to obtain sustenance through a dog. It's not. But if you go in
That's
somewhere
not-
else in the other
that's
side
not
of the
a-
world,
that's not a
so
moral
there we go.
difference.
Like, again, I
No.
don't have a chance to explain the answer, but this is what happens.
Hold on. We're not going
That
to
makes
talk
sense.
about no. But culture isn't necessarily the reason, right? So if Maple,
It
Klaus, or
absolutely
Duke,
is.
okay, so if Maple, Klaus, or Duke were in another country where in that culture it was acceptable to exploit and consume dog flesh, would that then be okay?
So if Mabel, Klaus, or Duke were where? I apologize, I didn't hear you.
In a culture where it was okay to exploit them and eat their flesh, would that be okay then?
To those individuals, then yes.
I'm asking
it's the
about
same
you.
way that I
No,
can say
I'm
that
asking about you.
that veganism is a culture.
Joseph, I'm asking about you. The question is, why aren't you vegan? So this is about you. We're not talking about someone else in a different culture. We're talking about you. Would you find that acceptable?
And I explained that already. I explained
Okay,
no,
so-
because it is
no.
not the way that we were brought up. It's not the way that we grew up. It's not something that was organic to us inherently to realize that eating dogs is wrong or eating animals
Hold on,
is
so then
wrong.
why-
It's
hold
all
on,
based
hold on,
off
hold
of
on.
moral
I have a
objection.
Okay, I have a question for you then. So you're saying that it's not that inherently we don't see dogs as food. You're saying that's an inherent thing, which would suggest that that would be across all humans and all cultures, that was an inherent thing. It's not inherent to decide, hey, I can eat a dog or I can eat a cat, but I'm not going to eat a pig, or vice versa. That's not
And why is
inherent
that?
to humans.
And why is that?
Why is it not inherent? Do you know what inherent
Yes.
means?
Why? It's something that's organically inside you. It's something that naturally dwells within the human being.
You're the one who's making an argument saying that we inherently don't want to eat dogs and cats, but we do want to consume pigs and chickens.
And why is that? And why is that?
You're the one making the
Cultural
claim.
differences.
You're the one making the
Because you're-
claim.
And I'm trying to explain the
saying that claim
answer.
is bullshit.
And it's
I'm saying
simply
that claim is bullshit.
because
You're the one
of
making
cultural
Inherent has nothing to
differences.
do with culture. Inherent
As
has
just
nothing
like
to do
being
with
a
culture.
vegan is being a part of a
Inher-
culture.
Joseph. Go ahead, Keith.
Can you explain what the appeal to culture fallacy is to me? Joseph?
Is being a vegan being a part in
Yeah.
a culture? Yes or no?
No, can you explain what the appeal to culture fallacy is to me?
Can you answer the question first? Because I've answered all your questions. I haven't asked a single one.
An ethical position has nothing to do with the culture. Can you go ahead
It
and
absolutely does.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely does.
Nope.
It does.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Okay, so why is being
wait, are you
in a
saying
culture have
are you
nothing
saying
to
that
do
if- are
with
you saying that
morality?
Are you saying that someone in a culture of cannibals is incapable of going against that culture?
If someone is performing cannibalism, that they don't have the ability to go against that culture?
Yeah, they can't rationalize and think things through logically.
No, because that's how they grew up. If you are contained
Wait,
in
they're
an environment,
incapable?
hold on here. If you are contained in an environment,
All of us vegans grew up in an environment that, like, culturally is the same culture you're talking about, where it's okay to consume.
no, it's not, because you had outside
All of us
influences.
grew up in that environment,
You had
and we
outside
decided no.
influences.
Dude, I
You
read
see,
a
you're-
book.
I'm literally an ex-slaughterhouse inspector. I worked in animal agriculture.
And guess
So,
what we all had here in America to change our minds about our diet? Outside
No.
influence. You think a cannibal out
What
in the
are
middle
you
of
yapping on
that-
about now, Joseph?
Wait, do you
Well,
think that the
you guys
outside
love
influence
interrupting,
was
don't you?
cultural? Wait, do you think that the outside influence was just another culture?
I mute him because he doesn't stop talking.
You guys don't stop. You asked me a question and then I tried to explain it,
I mean,
and
we
you're
can
like, "Oh, he
move
doesn't
on.
stop talking."
We can move on.
I mean, Joseph, like, do you want to come back and please explain to me how the appeal to culture fallacy works?
So how can I sit here and answer a question and then, oh well, he talks too much, we're gonna mute him? So if we can all just take a minute,
If you
and
stay
I
off
will
the
shut up
meta,
and
if
listen
you stay off
to
the meta, then you will not
what
be
the
muted.
fuck is meta?
It means you're talking about the conversation instead of the topic. If you keep crying about
I'm
your
talking
treatment,
about. I'm
gonna
answering
drop
the
you.
questions, lady.
I'm gonna drop you if you keep
I'm
crying.
answering the question.
I just what I don't like is like being told how I changed and why that society made me change when literally I saw a pregnant cow on a slaughterhouse covered in shit with their head crushed along with another calf with their head crushed, and I decided to change, and culture had nothing to do with it. I just was sick of seeing all these animals being tortured for no fucking reason. And so you coming on here telling me that, oh, it's society that made me change. No, that's not what
You're the
made me
one
change.
extreme. You're
I'm the
one
one
extreme person.
extreme. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
He
you
literally
you
proves
are,
the
because
point,
you
dude.
worked in that environment. You worked in that environment. Something traumatic happened that changed your mind.
Joseph,
overall
he's
speaking,
not an
there we
exception
go
to the
again.
rule.
Holy shit.
He's not an exception to the
You
rule.
guys are insufferable.
Well, yeah, I mean, you keep running around the exact same point again. Like, he's not an exception to the rule. Many other people came to the exact same conclusion using the exact same metrics. We saw documentaries showing what these animals are going through, and
Which I
rationalize
absolutely
also
agree with.
and rationalize the concept that these problems are well, okay. Then, do you think that if you grew up in a culture that made it so that factory farming is awesome and great, that you should continue to do it even though you saw the objective reality of what these animals are going through? Should you contend with the objective reality of what they're experiencing, or should you just continually appeal to your culture and say, I should continue to do this because my culture said it's good or true?
Okay, can I explain without being interrupted by 5 other freaking people?
Okay, I just want you to answer yes or no to that.
I mean, can we do that?
No, should we do that? Should we continue to
No,
see
can we all just let me explain my answer to your question without being interrupted by
yes, but start with a yes. Start with a yes or no. Don't just start explaining. Just give us the yes or no, and then here's why yes or no.
Okay, great. That's what I've been trying to do. No, because again, when you witness something, it doesn't take me. I agree, slaughterhouses are bad, absolutely. But when you try to convince somebody that, hey, look at this horrible image, look at this thing, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Slaughterhouses are horrible. But if you're going to say that a individual is not influenced by an outside source overall,
we're not saying that.
Regardless, we're just saying that you can make change now. You can recognize that animals are someone and live a vegan life from now on.
Yeah, we're not saying that like no outside, like the outside influence, for example, for 40-year-old on the panel here was that he visually saw this with his own two eyes, and that was his quote unquote outside influence, if you will. Someone else. Say what?
Sorry, could you guys not hear me?
No.
Oh, all right. So let me explain my answer again. Sorry, because I was talking. I don't know what happened. No. When you have an outside source that influences your decision, whatever it may be in your life, you're still being influenced by something.
Okay, here's your
that
influence.
Outside source
Go
has
vegan
experienced.
now.
Holy shit! There we go. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay, are you gonna go vegan now?
Again, Joseph, it just doesn't
No, absolutely not.
it just doesn't really matter, right? Like, do you think that the whole concept here is do you think morally someone should continue to do an action that very clearly creates a victim, creates negative states upon them? Should they continue to justify it with the statement of culture, or should they rationalize the concept and think about the victim and their actions against them? Like, which of those two things should they do?
Yes, if the action that they are performing, right, affects them morally, then yeah, they should probably stop doing it.
Right. So
But
creating
why?
victims is a problem, right?
Creating victims unnecessary victims is a problem.
Correct. That's literally the definition of veganism. We're opposed to the needless oppression and exploitation of sentient beings where possible and practical.
Word being unnecessary.
Exactly, right? We're not against, if someone's in a survival scenario where their only option is to consume animal products, that's reasonably justified under the ethic of veganism. So we're not talking about those kinds of situations. We're talking about, hey, you very clearly have an alternative to choose from, yet you're continuing to engage with the product that very clearly comes from the exploitation and oppression of another. So we're asking you, are you against those kinds of actions? If not, why?
No, I'm not against those actions.
Okay, then you're in favor of veganism then. That's literally what that entails.
Yeah, I have no problem with, if you want to be vegan, then be vegan all day long.
No, I'm saying your position. You're in favor of veganism by that same metric.
Then yeah, and again, if I am in favor, then that must mean that if you want to be vegan, you want to talk about being vegan, you want to hand out pamphlets about being vegan and what it means to be vegan, then go ahead and do it all day long. Go for it.
No, I mean you should be living by the same ethic. If you agree with the ethic, it would be as irrational as me, pretend, for example, we go back in time. This is just another hypothetical to show the point, right? This is not to say this is exactly the same or anything like that. It's meant to just show you the logic of the scenario. If someone was living in 1688 in, I don't know, Massachusetts or something, and some abolitionist from the Quakers comes up to them and explains why, oppressing people of color in the, chattel slave industry is problematic. And they recognize, yeah, you're right, it is wrong, it's horrible, it's egregious, it's creating needless victims, and I'm ethically opposed to it. And then they go, okay, well, will you join me in my endeavor to try to end chattel slavery? And they go, well, I'm not going to do that, but I think you should keep doing it. Do you think that that's do you think that's a rational response from the person who was, confronted by the abolitionist?
No, absolutely not. But if you're going to try to compare if you're trying to compare chattel slavery, right, to the consumption for sustenance through animals, then I would have to say that is a weird analogy.
Hold on,
Do you think he just did that?
Yeah, you're
What?
misinterpreting. I'm giving you the logic. The logic of the scenarios is both you and that person in the past both saw the moral incorrectness of their actions and what they're doing upon others, and both of you, right, in the same breath are also then saying, I recognize this is wrong. I recognize I don't need to do it. I recognize that I would like to live in a world where we don't do these actions, but I'm not going to do anything myself to try to influence that change. I'm going to remain stagnant and approve it or just be complicit in it, right? You're both being complicit.
So now
in
in this analogy, am I following along with you in, am I taking physical action by the words that I am convinced by? Or am I saying, oh yeah, I absolutely agree, but I'm still going to continue on with chattel slavery? Which one am I doing?
No, that's exactly my point, right? If you're convinced of like the ethic that you should be opposed to chattel slavery, like abolitionists weren't just simply like, for example, going around just talking to people about chattel slavery. Their actions also tried to avoid products that came from chattel slavery as well, right? If they lived in an imperfect world, right? So they couldn't avoid it in all scenarios. But you can look at documentation about abolitionists, and they actively oppose the products that came from slave trade. So it's about also you engaging with opposing the market demand that creates chattel slavery, and also trying to push for like others to engage with the exact same ethic that you are and change their demand and their position and what they're willing to pay for and do, as well as advocating against it. It would make it would be absolutely ridiculous, for example, for someone to appear, before Congress and be like, Congress, I would like you to consider the position of ending chattel slavery. And, they're like, okay, well, I mean, are you opposed to it? Yeah, I mean, okay, do you are you just like opposed to it conceptually, or do you continue to pay for products from it all the time? And you think that like we should just lessen the harm within slavery, or do you think we should end slavery altogether? And they go, oh, well, yeah, I mean, I do buy products from that industry all the time, and I think of like a welfare standard is better than actually abolishing slavery. Like, then they're not actually arguing for abolishment because they don't actually engage with the ethic that they're convinced of. They're not actionably going against it. Their actions speak differently from their position.
So that's basically, all in all, long story short, a complete hypocrite then. Wouldn't that be right?
Yeah, if your actions are going against the thing that you're trying to say is wrong, then you're creating the actual like disvalue of what you're trying to value.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that 100%.
Okay, then why aren't you vegan? If you agree with veganism conceptually, why aren't you vegan?
Because and I already explained it at the very beginning of this, the moment that I came up here. I explained as to the host as why I am not vegan.
Are you talking about just like the fun, like the monetary thing?
No. So like down for you guys down there in the lower 48, you guys have
accessibility,
to everything.
Accessibility and affordability. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And so if I were to go down this path, oh geez.
Well, no, sorry. I'm just trying to like test that really quickly. Are you saying that like if I, hypothetically gave you $1 billion tomorrow, you're saying that you would go fully plant-based?
I would try it. Absolutely. I'm not opposed. I am not opposed. Like being realistic here. If you were to say, hey, Joe, I'm going to give you a month's worth of grocery bill or grocery money, I would like you to try to be vegan. I absolutely would. I'm not opposed to trying a different dietary plan. I'm absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean,
if we're going to sit here and say, oh, well, because of where you live geographically, I'm going to come up with this weird example of that. If I give you $1 billion, would you go vegan?
It's just a
now what happens if I don't like being vegan? Are you going to ask for that money back?
Wait, so I have a question then. So why won't you try it? So are you saying that you feel like you can't afford it, or so why won't you try it with your own income?
I make decent money, absolutely. but I'm not going to go out of my way to pay for
Okay.
a small box for $11 of freaking blueberries. Be like, oh, I'm a vegan, but I'm
What?
draining my pockets for a small. Yes, do you know how
Blueberries,
much groceries cost up here in the interior of
blueberries,
Alaska?
You don't have to. You don't have
blueberries
to
cost
buy
about the same up
blueberries.
here.
Yes,
Yeah,
you do. Yes, you do.
No,
What?
you
Because
don't.
guess
You have to
what?
buy blueberries to be vegan? You don't have to buy blueberries. I don't buy blueberries that
See, there
often.
we go again. Okay, so what time do blueberries come into season?
During late spring and summer. Again, like this has nothing to do
That's
with like what
That's
we're
fall
trying.
time.
Hold on.
What
No,
if,
it
what if,
absolutely
No.
Hold up.
What are
There
we
we
talking
go again.
about?
Attack.
You guys,
Attack,
I'm
attack,
honestly
attack,
ready to
attack.
move
no,
on.
I
He's
just
been up
wanted to
here
ask
way
Yeah,
about
let's
too
the,
move
long.
on.
Yeah.
about dog
Yeah,
meat.
that's ridiculous.
What if it was only dog meat that was available? Would you then eat dog meat, or would you find an alternative?
What if it was human meat? Does that make it better?
I asked you a
I
question,
mean,
You're
let's go to the
peanuts.
extreme here, 40.
so you
Because
can't
hey,
answer my
what if
question.
what if it was
I asked you a
lizard tail?
question. Answer my question.
What if it was the foreskin? The only thing
Why
around
can't
the
you
world
answer
where
my
it lives
question,
anymore?
bro?
Answering the
Because
question?
you want
Are
to
you
take it to
like
the most extreme situation. If it was dog
Extreme.
meat there,
Have
yes.
you? Yeah, you
What
think
if
it's
it
not
was human
extreme taking
thigh?
a life for something that you can replace, right?
I
I'm
mean,
extreme.
Like
yes, you were.
like
You killed animals
Joseph, how
because
much
you
do
made
you
profit
spend?
off of it.
Joseph, really quickly, let's make this simple. How much do you spend per day on food?
Per day,
Per day.
overall, let's go overall monthly. I probably spend about 2,500 monthly
2,500,
On
so like
food?
$2,500 a month.
On food?
$2,500. Yes.
Okay, so
Bro,
yeah,
where
so
the
like
hell are you shopping?
yeah, I was like looking up
Where
like
am I shopping?
affordable.
And again,
I was looking up
well, here.
Hold
Just
on.
So I'm
making
asked a
stuff up.
question.
Just really
Just
quickly.
making
Stuff
shit
up.
up at this point.
Sierra, calm down. Okay. It was
Don't
nice
tell her to
between me
calm
and
down,
Keith.
dude. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
As soon as he starts being misogynistic,
Yeah.
we're done here.
Well, he was being
Like
he
the
was
fuck.
being dishonest the whole time. He was just saying shit. I mean, we need to call these people out and we need to stop entertaining them for this long because it's absolutely ridiculous. We're not going to get anywhere with these people. From the beginning, he was combative and he had no interest in agreeing with you at all, VSL. So we need to cut these people off sooner because I mean, it's ridiculous to let them speak for that long.
I do agree it was rough. I honestly was just trying to give each vegan their time, but I don't disagree. I don't want to give a platform to.
I was just trying to show him, like, I went to go look up. I was just going to show him, like, in terms of, like, this problem, he would actually spend less plant-based, even in Alaska. Like, I looked up what a low-cost rural Alaska meal plan would look like, fully plant-based, and the total...
But it doesn't, Keith, it doesn't matter, though, because he wasn't going to listen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but he was not here to have a good faith conversation.
I mostly agree. I think there was parts he conceded to, and that's why I had like relative hope. But yeah, like the idea here is like if he is still listening in the comments, right? Like the meal plan that I looked up for this would cost on average per day, like the same kind of meal plan in like the lower 50 contingent states is like about like $5 to $10 per day, fully plant based. Doing the exact same kind of setup fully plant based in Canada, or sorry, not Canada, Alaska. Using like the cheaper alternatives that would be available there is going to be somewhere between about $7.50 to about $13 per day. So even on the high end, times 31 days in a month, that's $385 per month to feed yourself fully plant-based in that scenario. And even if you were feeding a family of 4, that's close to about like $1,500, $1,600, meaning you're spending less, like $1,000 less per month on groceries, even in this highly disparaging scenario or whatever. Like 2,500 is like insane though, especially if he's just only feeding himself or something. Like that doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think he just wasn't able to keep his story straight. I really just wanted we were talking about it, but I just wanted him to understand the ethics, man. Like you'll figure out the how once you figure out the why. And it's great that you respect all the other people that are doing whatever they want. I would argue that you coming up on my live to advocate for people to use animals is not respecting vegans, not respecting advocates. But, still, you can go vegan. You even said it, he admitted it in the beginning. He already defeated himself. He said he was able to afford it. He could go vegan. He just started complaining about, general, blah, 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 blah. So
I think you kind of hit the point when you mentioned dogs. I'm not sure who mentioned it, and he got a little sensitive there.
Absolutely.
And then later on, he wouldn't answer the question, but yeah.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, it was just
That's
one
Frieza.
practical thing after the other, and Snatch. It was one practical thing after the other as to like what was limiting him. But again, like when I asked him, like, are you opposed to the needless oppression and exploitation of sentient beings where possible and practical? His answer to that was, yeah, I'm against that. That means that you agree with veganism and you should be vegan. Like you should, that by that exact extent, it means that you should be striving at bare minimum for your groceries to be as plant-based as possible, for your clothing to be as plant-based as possible, for your cosmetics to be as plant-based and cruelty-free as possible. Like, nothing about agreeing with that sentiment would now lead to the conclusion of, guess I should ignore this now. It just doesn't make any sense.
It was very painful. It just goes to show that he's never had any type of ethical discussion and was not equipped to do so if he couldn't understand that.
Yeah, no, we were definitely going in loops for sure. But there was like little moments of hope. So I see why everyone kept trying. But I can see it in the audience too, in the chat. Yeah, I understand. He was painful.
We were being breadcrumbed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're just exactly. Following his little trail. All right, let's get Aaron up here. Aaron's been waiting patiently. Aaron, are you over 18?
No, I'm not, but would I be able to express my opinion on your statements?
I'm so sorry, you can't. You can put it in the questions. I can't have anyone under the age of 18 up here. TikTok will take my live down. And they've already given me a warning once, so I'm not going to push it. Qwerty, I cannot pronounce the rest of that. Qwerty, are you over 18?
So cute. Yeah, I'm 29.
Okay. Are you vegan?
Part-time, most of the time, yeah.
Oh, well, that's not possible. What's veganism mean?
Oh well, so to protect animals, not to exploit them. Not to protect them. There's nothing about protection. It's just purely about avoiding demanding their exploitation. Yeah, I can't be vegan. I guess what I'm trying to say is like I don't have the option to be vegan 100% of the time, but when I do have the option to be vegan, I am 100% vegetarian and plant-based diet.
What do you need from them?
Well, at times, sustenance, like meat.
What in meat do you need?
Well, I mean, usually it's blesbuck, so we'll make like
what is
we'll kind
that?
of use like ground beef. So it's basically type of a deer in Africa.
Okay, I'm asking you what in the meat, what in it do you need? Not the type. What it do you need?
Like protein.
You can get protein from
different
plants.
Types of things. Right.
So name one thing that you can't get from other sources.
There's nothing. I would just like to tell you what I do for work. You will understand immediately, like why it's not possible.
Before you move on, do you think that those that have access to everything have a moral obligation to live vegan all the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
It's the ethic thing. It's the moral thing to do.
Why is it the moral thing?
Because if you have an option to not exploit animals,
You're not telling me why. You're just repeating the statement. Why is it immoral?
Why is it immoral to exploit animals?
Yeah.
I mean, it would be the same reason as why it would be immoral to exploit humans.
That is?
I guess I don't. It's wrong. I mean, I don't know another way around that. You know,
sentient. We care about ourselves all the time. We care about ourselves all the time. We don't want to be exploited. If you were the victim and your oppressor was in your situation, what would you want your oppressor to do? Keep using you?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. Well, why would it be any different for any other sentient animal?
It wouldn't be.
Okay.
What's the justification for the animal consumption you're currently doing? Don't name nutrients or whatever, unless you're like naming that these nutrients are like only obtainable, like they're the only option available to you at like some given point in time for some reason that's like extremely valid or something. Like otherwise, like we're like seeking what's the justification for the action when.
Yeah, no, it is 100% necessary at times. I don't have access to any other food.
Okay, what's the scenario?
Yeah, so what I do for work is anti-poaching and specialized security contract work in Mozambique, Africa, and also like northern South Africa, southern Tanzania. So kind of a huge line across the eastern coast of Africa. So at times we are located in places that don't have your typical grocery stores or access to just purely plant-based foods.
Why wouldn't you pack in like dried, readied like plant-based foods that you could pack in and have available to you the entire time that you're there?
So sometimes funding runs out, and we've run into this issue for at times 3 to 4 weeks.
Can I have I just need a quick clarification. You're stopping poachers, and while
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
doing that, you're poaching.
It's not poaching.
What's the difference?
A massive difference. So like with poaching, it's typically the exploitation of an animal that will fund the black market because they find like
Exploitation, friend.
yeah, but
Do you think the
right,
animal cares what happens to them after they die?
no, probably not.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So you're literally going after people and then doing the same action that you're punishing other people for.
No, I'm not collecting
You are.
ivory or
You are
rhinoceros
doing the
horn
same
or
thing. You're
trophy hunting.
unjustly putting yourself in a situation where you have to take someone's life in order to survive. You don't need to do that.
So then what would be your alternative in my
What
situation?
Keith said, you bring food with you.
And when that's not an option?
You don't have food at home?
If you
This
like,
isn't at home.
you can plan
PB&J?
ahead, man.
I think
You
we're
can't do
misconstrued here.
PB&J? You can't do bread with some kind of nut butter? You can't
Dude,
do
you
that?
can
That's
plan
not
ahead.
possible?
You can completely plan ahead.
I need to reiterate, this is in the middle of Mozambique, Africa, and
Yeah,
sometimes for
plan
3 to
ahead.
4 weeks, there is no planning ahead when
There
there's no
is
funding
planning
for
ahead.
it.
Do you have a vehicle when you go out there? Are you just walking? Like what's going on?
Typically we definitely do have vehicles.
Okay, so pack the vehicle with dried goods. I assume you guys cook with like pots and pans and things like this, right?
Depending on where we're at, yeah.
Okay, well, but the vast majority of scenarios, you're like cooking food, but you could also have situations where you have ready-made food that doesn't require heating or anything like this, or MREs that are like self-heating and things like that, right?
Yeah,
There's all
yeah,
kinds of
majority of the
options
time,
that-
yeah.
Yeah, so,
Majority of the
there's-
time, yeah.
The difference, right? Like, here's the difference. For example, someone who is like, I don't know, knows unequivocally, okay, our mission to go out to this like remote area is going to last 3 weeks or 2 weeks or 5 weeks or whatever. You have the ability to pre-plan and then acquire the goods and services that you would require during that time. Like, I'm sure you do the same thing with your toiletries or like other necessities that would be like required of you to be like, you know, relatively comfortable the entire like 3 week endeavor, right? So it's the exact same premise where you would like pre-plan and we go, okay, guys, and you don't need to like it would be great if you as a team like, you know, adhered to this for everyone. But this is just ultimately about you, yourself, and I. Like, you can't convince everyone else on your team to be vegan or whatever, but you can at least do it for yourself where you go, okay, I know I'm going to be out there. I'm going to acquire, you know, the beans, the rice, the other staples that are going to be required of me to stay satiated and healthy, etc. And I can also maybe plan for like some contingent foraging of plants that might exist out here as well. Like that could be another contingent item that could aid you in those scenarios, like learning how to forage for certain plant-based foods. But yeah, like if you just go out there with the already pre-packaged, pre-planned like meal plans that you've designed and you've measured out, and you know that this is exactly the amount that you need to consume, you know, day in and day out, then you can like very easily do this, right? It just requires planning, as 40-year-old already said. You just like, this isn't like a situation where like I would perhaps understand where you planned to the best of your ability. You brought all these plant-based foods, and then like you guys got stranded. Like your car broke down, and now you're like trying to get back to society, and there's literally no other option other than to like consume animal products because like you're literally gonna die or something. Like that's
not that extreme, but yes, there has been many situations where we do plan for like a 3-week trip to you know, like to monitor a reservation, for an example, the Banheim, right? And due to the circumstances of poachers pressing us, even aiming firearms at us and discharging them, right? Yeah, like it took longer than what we had initially planned. And due to our situation with funding, we were unable to give ourselves more ration in case. Do you know what I'm saying? So like there are times where like
Can I just add something really quick?
For sure.
Okay, so in that situation that you're talking about, that obviously sounds like a survival situation, right? And so that's something that we can that's understandable that you would need to consume animal flesh in a survival situation, if that's what you're talking about.
Yes,
but I just wanted to add that, so I did a section hike of the Pacific Crest Trail, and it was all backpacking. I was vegan the entire time, packed everything in myself, packed boxes for me to like pick up that were shipped, you know, about 5-day hikes in advance or whatever. And all of that was vegan. I was vegan the entire time, packed everything in with me. Like, it is very possible to do, especially nowadays with the amount of dried goods that there are. Like, I mean, I was bringing in, you know, rice that's essentially already cooked that you just have to heat up. You can even do it without any sort of heat. You could just do it with water. And basically they're just like, you know, just rehydrate rice and beans and other sorts of vegetables. And it's a really easy thing to do. It's something that you can definitely do while backpacking.
Sure.
So I imagine if I had a vehicle, I could absolutely do that a lot easier. But I have spent some time in Kenya. Obviously, like, it's not, you know, the same area that you are or anything, but I was vegan the entire time there too, and in rural Kenya, and it was honestly probably the easiest place for me to be vegan.
Yeah, no, like I mean, so it's just nuanced because like there are times where like we need to stay on reservation because poachers are actively watching, like, say, herds of blue wildebeest or, you know, maybe a rhinoceros that they've been keeping an eye on, right? So like if we were to just load up in a car and leave to go get more supplies, that is when they will pounce. And so like there are definitely times, I'm not saying that like it's in those moments, right, it is impossible to just like leave. I would be failing that rhinoceros that I am sticking my own well-being, you know, out there for, right? So like it's when I say part-time vegan, like I just need you guys to like understand that it is like 90% of my life that I'm consuming plant-based foods.
All we're saying is like you should not only like be like packing and preparing like plant-based options for these expeditions, you should try to set up contingency plans. Like, you know, if your plan is to be there for 3 weeks and you know that there's possible scenarios in which you might have to be there for 4 or even 5 weeks, that you just have the contingency, like backup reserve plant-based options available for that. Or if that's not like possible, like for some reason the car can't carry that weight, which sounds unreasonable, like cars can carry an absurd amount of weight.
Yeah, these are big.
So yeah, like I doubt that's going to be the case. But the other contingency plan would be like, I'm sure you guys are like a larger network for like at least a certain extent. And if there was like a scenario where you guys were, for example, out of fresh drinking water and there was no way to obtain any fresh drinking water, you guys would either use a cell phone or a satellite phone to call into like some kind of HQ and say, hey guys, we're literally out of water. We're all about to start, like, you know, dehydrate here and pass out in the field. We need water. Our car is broken down or something. Like, you'd have the contingency plan for someone, like, you know, be relatively nearby to bring water to you. So it's the same idea. Like, if you guys were like out there for like weeks on end beyond the intended like duration of time, you would just have the contingency plan to say like, hey guys, like, we're literally about to be out of food within like the next 5 days. Can you like start planning to have like a convoy, like delivery truck or something, come out to this like geolocation that we have on the map Like with the amount of like technology and information and communication that we have today, I would say like these general survival scenarios are largely avoidable.
I
Like,
really wish
especially
that were the case. Like I genuinely do. It is not majority of the time. Like there is an active element of danger, and on top of that, like with the water,
Real quick though,
it's easy to boil.
I would like David made a comment earlier. I don't know if that's what you're going to say, David.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay, I
But go
I
ahead.
want David to mention what he was going to say.
Oh yeah, so there's a guy by the name of Damian Mander. I'm not sure if you heard of him. So he was in a movie or a documentary called The Game Changers, and so he was on anti-poaching, and his story went like he was out there doing probably pretty close to what you were doing, and he was eating steak at night. And one night he looked down at his plate and he's like, basically that's what I'm doing. I'm poaching these animals and I'm saving other animals, and it didn't make sense to him, so he went vegan because of that. So I mean, that might be someone you might be willing to reach out to and talk to. I'm sure he's probably pretty open to having a conversation. Maybe he's already set up some infrastructure for you to create these pockets of where you can have these options. And the other thing is too, like if you're vegan, you and you're advocating for anti-poaching, you got to advocate for the other animals. So like with your like crew, with the people that you're with, like you got to say this is an option. Like I need to have this. If you're wanting to have me here risking my life, I'm not going to be taking out others' lives just so I could save one life, you know?
Would you guys allow me to like go on Teacup for 30 seconds? I'm like 90% certain I have a photo with Damian Mander. Actually. So yeah,
Okay.
like I'd have to go look, but
I mean, we don't. That's awesome that you have that, but
no, I know exactly who he's talking about. I guess like, so what would you say to per se like Steve Irwin, who would, I mean, like me, consider himself a ecological realist when it comes to like restorative animal agriculture? Like, are you guys familiar with all that
There's
entails?
no such thing.
Though there definitely
No
is.
such thing as restorative animal agriculture.
There
No, it
is,
does.
there is.
No, it
Yeah,
does
I
far
can
more
explain it. That's
harm.
what my job
No,
is.
I understand what it is. Trust me, I've looked into it, right? But there's no such thing as that, because it causes far more harm than you could ever restore with animal agriculture. It just doesn't make sense. It's like
I would
green.
actually like to push
It's
back.
like greenwashing, right? They're just doing it to make it sound better so that people will say, "Oh, it's regenerative. Wow, that's probably okay for the environment," and they'll buy it. But it's not.
So when we, just for an example, when we reintroduced the blue wildebeest back into the Banheim National Park, right? That is considered restorative animal agriculture. We were reintroducing a native species that had previously gone extinct in that region.
That doesn't mean that the animal agriculture is a component of the restorative process. It means the restoring of the native species was like the restorative process. Like again, are you like referring to like the work of Alan Savory or something?
Can you explain who that is? I'm unfamiliar with that.
What most people like mention regenerative agriculture are referring to like either like, you know, Alan Savory or people similar to him. But yeah, like if you're talking about like restoring, like for example, like we could look at someone going to like a particular like national forest where in the past they had eradicated, you know, brown bears, and then we restored the brown bears to that forest. That doesn't mean that I've created a brown bear, you know, animal agriculture system. It means I'm restoring a native species to that ecosystem, right? So I don't know why.
Right, but
I don't know
in
why
this
restoring.
case-
I don't know why restoring an herbivore would suddenly be like a animal agriculture scenario. Like if you're farming them inside of an enclosed like human space, that's agriculture. But that would not at that point. It's not like restoring a native species to their native ecosystem for them to flourish within that native ecosystem, unmanaged by humans, right? Like you're creating like an enclosed loop system where they exist within this farmed land. So like, which one are you talking about?
It's a little bit different than that, but like that's almost there. May I explain?
Yeah, well, just yeah. Are you referring to like a closed like farming system, or are you talking about they literally live their natural lives, and like you're just talking about like people go up and like unalive them to consume them as like a trade-off or something?
No, not specifically. It's sometimes, especially with like in southern Tanzania, a lot of the like school districts that don't have access to like supply routes and that are like constantly bombarded with supply route raiding. Right, that is something that like when we reintroduce the blue wildebeest, they that's part of their food source too.
Okay, I do
But
want to
not
wrap it
only
up
that,
because
like
we've
I just
been
wanted to
talking
explain.
about this for almost 20 minutes, and really what we're looking for is to get people to live vegan. Like I understand that we're having some of these contingent spots, but maybe we should just move on for right now because conservation literally has nothing to do with veganism. Conservation, honestly, we shouldn't be interacting with other animals. They survived and had their own balance without us interacting. So we really shouldn't be interacting now. I do agree we should stop humans from poaching, but as far as like
Need to
managing,
way bigger issue than just animals.
Yeah, but
right? Yeah,
the whole concept there, where you're talking about like they're going out and unaliving periodically this animal, I wouldn't really call that agriculture. I would say that they're just going in like either like the equivalent of hunting or similar at that point. Like they restored a native species and then they're now going out and hunting them. And also like nowhere within the consumption of animals is the argument for conservation. Like the argument for conservation is to conserve like the species and the land, etc. So nowhere within that should it be that the heart of conservation is consumption. Like consumption would be like secondary to the argument of conservation. Like if you're making an argument that these like remote villagers are like entirely dependent on unaliving and consuming this animal because they have no other option, I mean, again, that doesn't innately go against veganism and what we're talking about here. It goes against like a plant-based diet, but those are, again, two different concepts. Like there's a difference between being fully plant-based and being vegan at the end of the day. But yeah, I wouldn't call that agriculture
I just,
what you're describing.
yeah, exactly. And I just want to be clear here. Animal agriculture is the breeding and raising and exploiting and unaliving of animals for food, right? It's not like conservation. So maybe there's a better term to use because when you say restorative animal agriculture, it sounds like you're talking about regenerative animal agriculture.
They use restorative because it's a little bit more than regenerative.
Yeah, but
That's why
animal agriculture. If it's not the breeding and raising and killing of animals for food, that's not animal agriculture.
I suppose I see your point. That's just something that and it's way beyond me that's what they classify what we're doing it as. So like when I try to talk about this to others, like, things that I've done, that is like, I don't know. I guess without going into depth for you guys, like it is more steps than what I'm saying, but like, yeah, I'll concede. I mean, just here's the moral. Like most people need to be vegan. If they have the option to do so, everybody does. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's certainly unacceptable to exploit animals. And I think that we can all get behind that.
Everyone has the option to be vegan. Not everyone has the option to be plant-based in all scenarios at all times. So everyone can be vegan. In the ethic of vegan, everyone can be vegan 24/7, no matter where you are in the world, because that's just a principled stance. It has nothing to do with what might be possible, because the very definition talks about what is possible and practicable. So if someone genuinely has no other choice, that's reasonably understood within veganism. So there's no argument to not be vegan. You can make some odd-ended contentions about there might be this scenario, that scenario where it may not be possible to be fully plant-based 24/7. But in the vast majority of scenarios, yes, most people can be fully plant-based, in their food, their clothing, cosmetics, hygiene, etc. Right?
Facts. Yeah, no, you guys are right. We all agree. I know for a fact, if you guys got to know me and know what I do, you guys would understand that. Yeah.
Well, look up. Maybe there's some vegan groups in your area. Sometimes it's nice to have at least just somebody else you can talk to. That's like
Oh yeah,
knows
for sure there
your
is.
situation. Okay, cool.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
So
Well, feel free also to follow any of us if you want to reach out to us, talk to us.
yeah, for sure.
All right, cool. Well,
You guys take it easy.
thanks for coming up. All right. Let's get to the next guest. Appreciate y'all being here, by the way. Real quick, before we do move on, can please everybody go follow all these wonderful, amazing vegans that I have up here. We got Sierra, vegan foodie. Very rare to have her up here, as well as Frisia. These two I rarely have up here, so it's always a treat. So I really appreciate it. Please go follow them right now. Sierra Foodie is great too because she actually reviews a lot of foods that you can buy online. Really tasty stuff. And then got Keith. Also have Tofu Whisperer. He's got 2 different accounts. He goes live on both. Go follow both of them. Lots of information. Go check out his link tree. Full of information. Also, if you just want to ask him questions. And then we've got David, the 40-year-old vegan. He's amazing. He does street outreach. He does vigils. He talks to his audience a lot. So please go follow him on all platforms. And Frisia, which I brought up with Sierra, but Frisia's amazing. Go follow her. She always has profound posts whenever she does make them. So go follow her. And sometimes she comes up here. So we're really lucky to have you all on here. Thank you guys for being here. Do you guys actually want to say anything about your channels? I always talk for you, but I don't know if you guys want to say anything about your channel.
And make sure you're following the host.
Thank you. Yes, please follow Vegan Stoner Lady. Also follow anti-animal use. I'm sure David was about to say that. David always is good about reminding me.
I was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw you. I was like, oh, you're gonna call it. Yep, you're right. Yep. Please go follow anti-animal use. We actually need 50 more followers, or we're gonna lose our ability to go live. So please go follow us. Anti-animal use. You'll see me on there. You'll see other great activists on there. So street outreach, online outreach, it all. We do it all. Okay. Anybody else want to say anything? I kind of yapped again. All right, let's go. Oh, I'm sorry, David.
Thank you, Anna, for being a great host and kicking butt and supporting everyone. You're incredible. And if you're going to support anyone, support Anna, guys. Come on. Become a channel member, donate, do all the things. Let's go.
Appreciate you, David. Thank you. Awesome. Do the same for everybody up here. All right. We've got, is it Tariq? I believe we've spoken before. Hey, Tariq, you're over 18, right? Uh-oh. I can't hear you. Can anybody else hear? I can't hear you.
Nope, I can't hear
and
him.
I feel like he's been on some vegan lives before, and
Oh, yeah. He definitely has.
Goes on forever.
I'm pretty sure he does too. We're gonna try to keep them short, so don't be offended anybody if I do step in and go, okay, we're gonna cut it here, just because everyone gets exhausted. And honestly, after 10 minutes, most people start walking themselves backwards anyway. They start to overwhelm themselves, and they're like, I can't do it. It's too much. Just take it one opportunity at a time. Every time the next opportunity arises for you to make a choice between exploiting someone and not, just take a second. You know, it's okay. Think about what you're doing and just make the choice that you would prefer be done if you were the oppressed. Aaron, are you there? I accepted you, but it's still spinning. I guess not. Aaron, if you're there and you think that I kicked you for no reason, please come back up. If that was a mistake, if you were just loading in. Anyway, I don't have anyone right now. I did have a big list, but it started to go away. And then we had that one guy that I'm pretty sure like we agreed has probably been on many other lives. Something I do want to say, I really get tired of these non-vegans that go around on other lives. It's like, you know,
Paid vendors.
yeah, and they're like purposely ignoring, they're the worst. They're literally purposely ignoring that there's somebody's rights being violated for their pleasure. It's terrible.
Yeah, and a lot of people who join these, you know, this isn't necessarily a debate, but people look at it that way and they just want to win. And they also get like a dopamine rush from it too, right?
Yes.
So that's why a lot of people try to debate us and aren't actually like, I don't know, good faith, I guess.
We are not your dominators and dominatrixes. Dominatrixes, that's hard to say. We are not here for that. We're not here to spank you. That is not what I signed up for.
Yeah,
Even though
it's almost.
some would probably enjoy it.
I was gonna say it's almost masochistic because like some of them have like literally been shown like full blown like absurd reductios that they accept like like someone earlier basically accepted the reductio of because they were like, oh, it's not natural like to consume, I don't know, like a supplement. Like I was like, okay, so like assuming it's required to consume, like we don't even need to like say it is or isn't, just hypothetically say it's hypothetically required to consume a supplement to be healthy and thrive as a vegan. If we were to move over to a scenario in a hypothetical where humans for countless millennia had to consume humans in order to get, I don't know, a random vitamin B47, and 200 years ago some guy invents a way of producing that synthetically, non-naturally, are you saying that we should continue to farm and exploit humans for B47, or should we take the supplement? And he was like, yeah, keep farming the humans. It's like, holy shit, dude. You literally just accepted your own person, like you being farmed needlessly, you being oppressed needlessly for effectively the statement of quote unquote natural. Like, even though you know that the supplement works just as well.
It's wild to me that people don't understand they put themselves on the menu when they say it's okay to use others based off of these arbitrary traits. Like, you know, you have traits, right? And they're different from others. Someone might name one of those and say, that makes you lesser than me. I can use you now.
Well,
silly.
a lot of them are, sorry, but a lot of them are YT men who have never actually been oppressed.
Yes. It's
So
definitely...
they...
What? No.
No, honestly, they can't even, like, they don't have to, I guess, trying to look for a good term to use. They can't even fathom it, and they don't have to, so they're just like, yeah, you can try to use me, you can try to exploit me, and it's just like, bro, you're not getting the point.
I've actually encountered that with some women. Like, there are some women that don't experience sexism, or they're just completely unaware of it, but that they'll like say, I don't know, like they just, I don't know, I've actually forgot my point. Something I was going to say, like, they are not for defending themselves, but that doesn't make sense because I'm not talking about the animals not defending themselves. So now I don't know what I'm saying. Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, of course it's going to be some women too, but a lot of the times
it definitely comes from the patriarch. I'm not trying to water that down. I was trying to say like,
Yeah.
So that YT men often don't have to experience some kind of oppression. And I've just seen it like in some other groups that you would expect. And so I almost hold this like expectation that groups that are typically oppressed or exploited understand the plight a little more. So when I hear women that haven't experienced any kind of, you know, and then they say it's okay to do this to others, just blows my mind. I'm like, you're a lady. Do you think that you should be treated differently because you're a lady?
Well, yeah, and a lot of women have really bad internalized misogyny, even if...
Yeah, that's true. It's
I could go into it.
I know,
but...
you're right. It still comes from the patriarch. We all know. Yeah, you're right. We have a Jackson, though. Should I bring Jackson up? You're totally right, Sierra. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of background. There's still a lot of... Yeah.
I mean,
it's a big topic.
I'll just say a quick example.
Okay.
For instance, women who have had abortions in the past, some of them, they still have such internalized misogyny that they go against their own rights, right?
Yeah.
They're pro-life because I can do it, but no one else should be able to do it. So anyway.
No, yep, you're right. I've absolutely met those people. Jackson, are you over 18? I muted you just because we were finishing up a thought. It's that button in the middle. I sent you an invite to unmute. Okay, cool. Hey, are you over 18?
No, but I'm very mature about that.
I'm really sorry. You can be mature, but you have to be in the chat. I'm really sorry. The TikTok won't allow me, and honestly, it's just not a good practice to have minors up on adult panels.
No, and we all thought we were mature.
Yeah.
At one point in time,
Oh,
and
yeah.
people still took advantage of us. So
Yes. Yes. I've seen adults taking advantage of other adults, you can't always be prepared. It doesn't matter how much foreknowledge you have. People are manipulative, so young people don't go up on adult panels, you can get hurt. So okay, well, I don't see any requests, y'all. I will never be vegan because humans can change but will not. Okay, Jackson, that doesn't make sense. It makes more sense that you're a child too. So veganism is an ethical stance against not wanting to use someone else unfairly. Don't you think that, other people should treat you fairly regardless of if they can get benefits from treating you unfairly? I would prefer to be treated fairly. I think most people would. Animals cannot what? Okay. You got to put more to your answers than just one word answers. I won't know what you're referring to because there's a bit of a delay.
did you? Sorry, I don't know if you saw his comment before that. It still doesn't make sense, but
Oh yeah, his I will never be vegan because
Yeah,
humans
yeah.
can change but will not. Yeah. Oh, you mean because all humans won't change? I thought he was saying that, or they were saying that all people can change but won't.
No, I don't get it either because they're saying animals cannot change, but humans can. Pigs will eat humans. No, pigs will not eat humans. That
I'm gonna go around trying to eat you.
what? Animals are not exploiting humans. What we do is we're intentionally exploiting them and killing them for their flesh and their secretions that we do not need. We're moral agents. They are
Exactly.
moral patients. We know better, right? We have other options. They don't. They're just trying to survive.
Exactly.
And again, Jackson, no, pigs are not going to go around trying to eat people. I feel like, oh, what was that one movie? Do you guys remember that movie? It was about like the diamond. What was it called?
About the diamond.
Yeah, it was. Oh man, now I can't remember what it was.
Blood Diamond?
No, not that one. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember like anything about it now.
That happens to me too. I'll try to remember something, and then like my brain for some reason is like, nope, you don't get that info.
Yeah,
like the relative context of it?
Or something, and like I don't know. I remember it had Brad Pitt in it and other people that I can't remember the names of. But basically, there was like this one dude who. Are you looking it up, Keith?
Sure am.
Okay,
I
good.
think are you talking about Snatch?
I think so. Yeah.
Is that like where he plays like he's like it's like a carny or whatever? I can't remember the exact term, but he has a very thick accent in that movie. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, it is Snatch, yeah.
Yeah, and like the kind of mobster dude who runs all these like illegal fights and everything, he feeds people to pigs. He has like a pig farm, and that's his whole thing. And I always wonder if like that's where people get that idea of like,
it probably is.
Pigs will eat humans, and it's like, he literally talks about how he has to starve the pigs for several days. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, they aren't just gonna go around trying to eat you. Like, come on.
Well, and like we actually see empathy in other animals too. Like sadly in animal tests, like the mice one where they lock down a mouse, or a mouse is drowning or something, and they release another mouse into the area. And it was like over like 60% of the time the mice had empathy for that other being that needed help, so they released them and shared the prize. So
yeah,
we We have
Yeah,
empathy.
and
Oh, pigs. That's what it was. Pigs.
yeah.
Pigs. They don't want to come at you, and sometimes they do understand. Pigs. They're pretty smart. Go ahead, Sarah. Sorry.
Yeah, no, all good. Oh, I think I was just going to reply to one of his comments in the chat because I said they're just trying to survive. They don't have other options, and he said, "So are we." I mean, it's just not the same, right? Like we have grocery stores, like, and again, like I said, we're moral agents. We know right from wrong. We can make decisions. They're just trying to survive, so it's not the same, right? We have the ability to be moral agents and make those decisions, so we should. That's our responsibility.
Yep. Yeah, especially with these domesticated animals. Like, yeah, we're the reason that they are the way they are and can't survive out there. We should definitely help take care of them and not breed them anymore. Just like we would if we were in that situation.
All right, I'm gonna hop off, guys, but thanks for having me.
Thanks for being up here, Frisia. I really enjoyed having you. Thank you so much. You're amazing.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
See ya. If you're not following Frisia, you should be. So non-vegans, also on YouTube, I left you a link in there. If you think you have a good justification for not living vegan, which is to respect animals, if you have a good reason for not doing, living in alignment with that principle, I'd love to talk to you. Please request up. It's the two little people next to each other. Oh, did someone bring this person
I
up?
apologize.
Yeah, I
I
brought
heard
them
you
up.
say good reason. I thought you just wanted a discussion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We'll have a discussion. Are you 18 or over?
Yeah, I'm 33.
Okay. So why? Yeah, I was going to, if that's all right. So why aren't you vegan then?
I just think omnivorous diets are more accessible, more easily accessible. I think it's just a convenient thing. Convenience.
Yeah, so do you know what veganism is?
It's like not using any animal products whatsoever.
Okay, so do you know why we would do that?
People have different reasons, but I would assume yours are ethical.
Yeah, so veganism is an ethical stance. So it's an ethical stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. So we would want to avoid it whenever practicable and possible. All right, so convenience, right? Convenience wouldn't be a good justification for not being vegan, because do you have access to grocery stores?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and of course in grocery stores there's always going to be rice, beans, lentils, veggies, fruits, grains, etc. So, you don't really have an excuse. You can go vegan.
Well, that stuff usually does cost more. Yeah,
so-
like a can of Chef Boyardee is gonna run me like $1 or $2.
Yeah, so is
And that's a whole meal.
Too.
rice and beans?
Well,
they're
lentils
going
aren't
to
a whole
be-
meal.
Yeah, rice and
Neither
beans.
is Chef Boyardee.
That's
Yeah, it is. What do you
absolutely.
mean? Spaghetti and meatballs is a meal.
Okay, let's just, play the little game. Rice and beans, that's absolutely a meal as well. You can get a bag of rice for what, $2? A can of beans for under $2, and you can split that into 3 meals at least.
Okay.
And
That wouldn't
vegan
address the
diet-
convenience part. That would require cooking, right?
No, I mean, you can get bags of microwavable rice and canned beans and throw them in the microwave in a bowl.
Well, then you'd be running into the price problem again.
How so?
Because Chef Boyardee is like $1 or $2 for a whole meal.
Yeah, so vegan diets on average are 30% cheaper than your standard omnivore diet.
Well, I could agree with that, but not if
Before
you're a
going
cheap
into
bastard
this-
like me.
Senior, before going into this, let's just hypothetically entail that you could get these plant-based options just as like cheaply and accessibly as your Chef Boyardee or whatever. Would you say that you should now? Would you say that you should now be consuming this way?
I don't like vegetables. I could eat fruit.
Okay, so it sounds like it's more about taste pleasure is your justification rather than like.
I would throw that under the umbrella of convenience.
Okay, so. So do you think?
I'd say those are two different things.
Yeah, those are pretty different, honestly. Like taste pleasure and like convenience are pretty different. Like I would say, convenience would be, like if you're like a homeless person living in the streets, for example, like you're going to be more concerned with like actually having access to nutrition, like the convenience to nutrition, rather than like taste.
Yeah, it'd be like convenient to sleep behind a Panera Bread, right? Because there's bread for you, probably.
Are you talking about like dumpster diving?
No, I'm saying like if we're talking about convenience, it'd probably be convenient for a homeless person to sleep behind like a restaurant.
Yeah, for dumpster diving?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, yeah, it very well could be. Like the idea here is that like if you're like genuinely so economically disparaged, then the concern about like convenience would be more about like my ability to get the nutrition that I require rather than taste pleasure, right? Like, do you think which one of those
I
is
think
more
that comes down to preference.
Which do you think is more important? Getting the nutrients that are required for you to be healthy and thrive, or taste pleasure?
Important, I guess that's perspective. I don't really eat healthy, so what's more important to me is taste, yeah.
Okay, so you think if you were to become nutritionally deficient because you're not eating like properly and you become deficient in certain vitamins that you need to be healthy, that would be less important than the taste pleasure you acquired along the way?
Personally, yes.
Jesus Christ.
I know, it's not a great thing, right?
Do you think we should kick dogs for fun?
No.
Why not?
No, I hold dogs at like a...
Okay, why shouldn't I
guess,
kick a dog?
Because they're like super cute and...
Just because they're
like,
cute.
You'll hear them
so
yelp?
I can kick, I don't know, something that you find ugly.
Yeah, like a snake? I wouldn't care if you kicked a snake.
So let's say I go to the pet store and I buy snakes and I just drop kick them.
Oh, if it was intended to be a pet, I mean, that's actually the company's property. That would be immoral in my eyes.
No, I paid for the snake.
Oh, you paid for the snake? I guess I personally wouldn't have an issue. I don't like snakes.
So it's okay.
So, yeah, you can. I think we should eradicate all snakes.
So you're
probably.
okay with me going to the pet store, buying snakes to drop kick them? You think I'm a moral person?
I wouldn't say you're moral. I would say I would feel morally. I would say
what is not moral about that?
Oh wait. No.
No.
You're not immoral.
Oh, I'm not
well,
immoral.
I misspoke.
Is it moral or immoral for me to go to the pet store and every day buy a snake to drop kick for fun?
From my worldview, it would be amoral.
It's amoral, so it's neither bad nor good for me to go to the pet store and purchase a snake for me to drop kick every day. That's amoral, so I should be allowed to do it.
From my worldview, yeah. I think snakes are evil.
This guy is just like in favor of like egregious
What if I
animal
want to
abuse.
put them in a hot car?
Sorry?
What if I want to keep them in a hot car?
A snake?
Yeah, like they can't tolerate that. They don't get any water.
I don't know snakes like temperature regulation or anything.
Yeah, but I'm gonna let them cook.
Don't they like the
I'm
heat?
gonna make
Actually,
them-
they like the
I'm
heat
go-
because don't people put them under heat
So
lamps?
I understand your peanuts are struggling to understand that animals feel, but here's a news flash for you. Animals feel.
Okay.
They care. Even the ones that you find ugly. I think you're ugly, but I don't think it's right
Okay.
for me to exploit you. Right? Your looks
Well,
have
I'm a
nothing
human.
to do with your rights. No, you're not. I haven't seen evidence of that. How do I even know you're sentient? You
What
could be
other-
just a
what other
robot.
animal speaks
you could
English?
be a robot just yip yapping at me.
Wait,
I
what
have
other
no
animals speak-
idea. I think we're done with him. Robots are really unintelligent right now, so I don't want to waste my time with them. They just repeat back what the idiot programmed them to say. So clearly that guy can't understand anything else beyond his programming.
But what other animal speaks English? Sorry.
Dogs clearly speak English. because he had a special place in his heart for them.
I mean, he accepted just like egregious animal abuse is like okay to do. Like I think
I know
someone
it was
that
silly.
far along
Yeah,
is just
once he
not
said it
even
was
worth
okay
talking to.
for us to do that to snakes, that was pretty ridiculous. Yeah.
What if they spoke Spanish though?
Drop kick him. I can't understand him.
Well, it also entails that he's basically accepting that, like, by his own worldview, that if someone else found dogs to be ugly, it would be okay to like set them on fire for your entertainment. Like,
so true. Yep.
It's just like
Silly
if it's
people.
all just like down to the
Subjective.
the perpetrator's position and what they find to be like just reasonable without consideration of the victim and what they're going through, then by that logic, as long as you as the human agent believe that dogs are ugly, quote unquote, then using the exact same moral logic that he just gave, it would be okay to set puppies on fire for fun. Or actually, one step further, if you thought that like human babies were ugly, you could use the exact same logic again. Like if it's just down to like, oh, I think they're ugly, that's what gives permissibility. Like that's just an insane reductio to use for like determining moral rights and wrongs.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said I think you're ugly, but it doesn't give me a right to exploit you.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, literally, again, and I said this earlier, when you say it's okay to use other animals because of some arbitrary trait, you're literally putting yourself on the menu. You're literally saying it's okay to use me if you find some trait you deem lesser. Like, it's just no different. You're just literally crying about might makes right. I'm the oppressor. I have the right to oppress. Ugh, children. Anyway. Let's see, where are we at with time? We're at 2.5. I don't have any other requests. I don't know. I might pack it up here. How are you guys feeling?
Totally up to you.
Does anybody else want to keep going, or?
I can keep going. It's up to you.
Yeah. I just don't have any requests. Let's throw out a net. We'll give one more toss out. See, because I do want to have a good conversation. I hate
Or
it when
you could restart, but it's up to
I
you.
can restart the TikTok. Yeah, I can totally do that. I'm gonna restart the TikTok, and then we'll maybe try to go for another 30 minutes. How's that sound?
Sure.
Awesome. If you guys want to come up, you don't have to, but I'm gonna try to do that.
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. All right, I'll see you guys in like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Awesome. Oh, we got 1,000 views on that. 1.6. That's so awesome. Let's get started. Uh-oh. Messed up my view. Oh, TikTok. Why do you do this? Okay, I fixed it. It like throws the chat in there and that changes the shape of everything. Can you guys still see? Yeah, it looks good. Oh, I get so frustrated, you guys. These people that lie and just waste our time. Like, what are you doing with your life? Why is this what you choose to do with your time? This shows me how low IQ you are. Instead of discovering things and learning about things, you're being a rock that's holding other people back from progressing. It's really sad. Oh, did I get really loud? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Keep going. Oh, was the woe for the image. It going back and forth like that, yeah. David. Welcome back.
I don't think you were loud.
Okay, good. I think someone said whoa because I was double checking the YouTube view because it's a screen grab. So I was making sure I was
Oh, yeah.
good. Awesome, thank you. Appreciate you both. Oh, we have someone already. So real quick, because you're a fresh audience member, I don't know if you were in there earlier. I'm Vegan Stoner Lady. I want to know why you're not vegan. Veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. It's a lot of big words. Exploitation. I don't want to use someone unfairly. Sentient, an individual who's having their own experience of life. I just don't want to treat others that feel. I don't want to treat them unfairly because I feel. I don't want to be treated unfairly. Okay. Hayoko. Hey, are you over 8? Are you over 18? You sound like a child. Yeah, I think you're a child. You have to be over 18. I do have it right here. I know it's tiny, but plus 18 only, okay? If you're a child, please just stay in the chat. It's safer for you there. You're welcome to ask questions, though. There's vegans that will answer your questions. Hey, Nicky, are you over 18?
Yes. I think you're familiar with me. I just wanted to say meat tastes really good, and I hope you keep killing animals. Have a nice day.
Okay, I think that person was suffering from something. Anybody who thinks they have a actual justification to not respect animals, please, I'd love to come talk to you. Or I'd love for you to come up here. Oh, Nicky, you want back up, huh? That wasn't enough? You have something else to add? Maybe you shouldn't have dropped down. Crazy Corbin.
If you like chicken.
Okay. It's a horrible song choice. Rat. I believe we've spoken before. Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Kids are so funny. They're like, there's a camera. I want to go and talk to it. They have nothing ready. They just want to poke the bear. Please stay out if you're under 18. I don't want to talk to you. I have no interest in it. WV, are you over 18?
What's up?
Hey, are you over 18?
Yeah, man. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Are you vegan?
No. Why?
Well, these are my questions. What's veganism mean?
Oh. Veganism means that you like plant-based items and not actual meat, like actual processed meat.
Actually, it has nothing to do with my preferences as far as like taste pleasure. Veganism comes from an ethical stance to not want to demand someone's exploitation. So I don't go to the zoo. I don't go to aquariums, right? I don't buy shampoo or conditioner or other cosmetics that have been tested on someone. I look for cruelty-free. All of this because I want to respect others that can feel. I don't want to exploit them because I don't want to be exploited. Do you relate with that?
I don't really pay attention to veganism, but
well, that's not what I asked you.
Why?
Do you think that you should be respected?
For what?
Should someone exploit you and use you for their best interest?
I mean, I wouldn't really mind, as long as I'm getting paid for it.
Well, you're an idiot. Exploitation means to use someone unfairly. Mark, are you over 18?
No.
Okay, well, you can't be up here. Go ask your guardian why you shouldn't go up on adult panels. You can hang out in the chat and ask questions, but I can't have you up here. WV, I'm not going to have you up here. You don't sound like a genuine actor. So I would love to have an actual conversation with people that are over the age of 18 because I don't want to talk to children. If you genuinely think you have a good reason for not being vegan, I'd love to talk to you. Veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of others. It doesn't have anything to do with your access to resources. It doesn't matter what your culture is. It doesn't matter what your God or your authority figure says, right? Veganism is recognizing there are other sentient beings outside of the human race. Other animals with a brain and or central nervous system that are alive are most likely sentient, just like you. Meaning they are having their own experience and they feel and they want to avoid harm, have that next positive experience. If that were you, if you lost your sapience, and some animals are sapient to be clear. So when I say this, I'm not saying other animals are just completely ignorant to what we do and what we say and, whatever. But imagine if you did lose your sapience, your ability to think about complex things, shouldn't you still be respected? If other humans lose their ability to be sapient or they never were sapient, shouldn't we respect them? It has nothing to do with their species. It has to do with the sentience. Why on earth would I ever be vegan? For the animals. Just like, why would you ever be against slavery? Because it's immoral to enslave someone. Oh, I don't have high hopes. These look like children. Hi. Hi,
Sorry.
Paul. Are you over 18?
Yes, I'm 27.
Okay, right on. Are you vegan?
I'm not.
Okay, what do you understand veganism to mean?
From what I have gathered, I always thought it was just food, but apparently it's like everything, animal byproducts in general, like
Anything that comes from a
leathers and
sentient being.
yes, anything that comes from an animal is something that vegans do not partake in.
Yeah, why?
So, like, why? What? Why do they not?
Why do vegans not want to use other animals?
Because they have a a very, I believe, wholesome worldview towards animals. They don't think it's right to slaughter animals and to kill them for human dopamine, essentially.
Yeah. Do you agree?
No, not particularly.
So you think we should use animals for dopamine?
I think we should, yeah, for like nutrition and stuff. I'm aware we could also get nutrition from plants.
Okay,
but
so I get a dopamine drop when I drop kick baby puppies. Do you think that I should keep doing that? And that's moral because I get a dopamine drop?
no, I mean, there's laws against drop kicking puppies.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Let's say I'm in a country where there are no laws protecting animals. Do you find it moral that I do that because I get dopamine from it?
No, it's a puppy.
Yeah, why is it wrong for me to drop kick a puppy for dopamine?
Because they're cute and they follow us around and we can train them.
Okay, the
and
puppy is now deformed. They don't look cute. Can I
It's still
exploit them
cute.
now?
No, I still think deformed puppies are cute. They're dogs. I view
So it's
dogs in a more
only if you
positive
find
light
them
than I
cute.
do.
So you think that the value of a sentient being comes from what you put on them, the extrinsic value, or is it about what they think of themselves?
No, I am not going to put a ton of value on animals that I don't.
So what I'm saying
typically
is
view on-
I'm putting extrinsic value on the dog to be my kicking bag. That's valuable to me. Why should I not do
Mhm.
that?
I mean, so realistically, you certainly could.
I'm not asking
but
about what I
you'd
could.
go-
What should I do?
You shouldn't kick puppies. That's messed up.
Why?
Because they're cute. I love puppies. we
Again,
all
you
love
keep
puppies.
going with they're cute. Like I don't care what they look like.
mean, wait, hi. Are you saying that if someone finds puppies, like subjectively in their opinion, to not be cute, that it would be okay for them to like continue to, drop kick them for fun?
No, by and large, public opinion kind of dictates that.
Should they consider things outside of the fact that they cannot personally witness or understand the quote unquote cuteness? Should they consider other things?
What, like a blind person or something wanting to drop kick them and they couldn't see that they're cute?
We could certainly use that as an example, or we could just say that they actually can see, but they don't see the cuteness of this individual dog or dogs in general. Does that mean that it's okay for them to continue doing this because they don't see the cuteness like you do?
No, it's not.
Okay, then what's the reason why? How would you convince this person to stop?
Stop kicking a dog? I'd call the police.
You can't call the police.
I'm in a
It's
place
legal.
that
it's legal to
exactly.
do in this.
I just
country.
gave the example. I'm in a space where there are no laws protecting animals. Is this
You're just
moral?
using hypothetical. Like I can't relate to that.
You're not
in the
being
US.
honest, and I think we're gonna move on. You're clearly an idiot. Like the fact when you start saying I can't answer hypotheticals, bullshit. Is it gonna rain tomorrow? If it rains tomorrow, are you gonna wear a coat or use an umbrella? Or are you just gonna stay in? Right? That's a hypothetical easy to answer. You can answer hypotheticals. You're being ridiculous.
Also, there are absolutely countries or locations you can go to where laws don't exist surrounding animal protections at all. You can, as one example, very clearly, you can take a puppy, take them on your private ship, drive out into international waters, and start kicking the shit out of them. There's not going to be a single law or anyone in any kind of like habitable existence nearby that's going to bring over like a Coast Guard or any kind of like protection services to stop them. So this is very clearly a potential thing that can happen within our real world. Is it okay for someone to keep doing it because they don't find the dog to be cute?
Yeah,
it's insane.
I'm really getting sick of these non-vegans. They're the ones that always say that vegans only protect animals that are cute. I've literally just had multiple arguments from grown men saying, oh no, you can't do it to that animal because I find them cute. What? That's not logic, man. That's your emotions. All right, Cole, are you over 18?
Yep.
Okay. Are you vegan?
Nope.
What's veganism mean?
The protection of animals, blah blah blah. So
No. They're not. No, that's not right. So veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation. Are you listening? I see you, teacup. I don't know if you're listening. So veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of sentient beings. So I don't want to demand someone who has the capacity to feel and suffer. I don't want them to be used unfairly for me. Do you relate with that?
Animals. They're cruelty to animals, correct?
No. You didn't hear what I just said?
No. I mean, that's the definition.
What does exploitation mean?
That's the definition.
Cole, do I need to drop you and move on? I'm
Use of
telling you.
animals.
I'm telling you what I mean.
Is that not the
I'm
definition?
telling you what I mean. No.
I know. I don't care what you mean, but that's the definition.
Well, if you don't care, then how are we going to have any sort of conversation?
Was he just like trying to like appeal to like some other definition that you weren't saying or something?
I don't know. Maybe. I think he was trying to say that veganism was just, I don't know what he was saying it's not about the ethics. I now don't remember. I already let him out of my brain.
Protection is like so vastly different from anti-exploitation. Like protection would be like you taking like a positive action to prevent someone from being, harmed. Opposing exploitation would be a negative action of you like just actively refusing to engage with the harm of someone else. Those are two vastly different actions. Yeah. Like you could be a vegan and you could do both actions. Like no one would be opposed to you protecting animals as a vegan for the most part.
I'd be fine with
that. The core tenet of veganism is the standing against the needless oppression and exploitation, where that involves a negative action, a negative right being granted to them.
Yep, precisely. Yep. We're telling you to do an inaction. Just don't support animal exploitation. Cole, a different Cole. Hey, are you over? Oh, by the way, veggies, welcome up. I didn't say hello.
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
See ya. Cole, are you over 18?
Fuck no.
Oh, well, you can't be up here. Follow instructions. 18, right there. All right, William.
I almost think he thought you were going to ask him if he was vegan, and his brain couldn't process that.
So
he was just so ready to say fuck no to being a vegan that he just jumped over the fact that you were just asking if he was 18.
Well, that just worked out hilariously. Are you over 18, William?
No, I'm eating steak right now, though.
Okay, well, that sucks for the cow. The cow wanted to live. Anyway, veganism. It's about not wanting to kick dogs because I think dogs feel. Non-vegans think kicking dogs is okay because culture or pleasure or something like that. Yeah, so we're here to talk to people that understand kicking dogs for fun is wrong. Maybe don't understand that they can be vegan. They don't need to use animals in any way, including you don't need to kick them. You can kick something else. You can eat something else. You can wear something else. You can watch something else. You can wash your body with something else. There's always something else. Oh, William needs to come back up here and tell us about how he's swallowing meat right now. Thank you, William. I feel like I've talked to this person, but we'll bring him up anyway. Anybody with an American flag, man, you are sus. Mick brother, are you over 18? Okay, I'm gonna go with no. Darkness, are you over 18?
Yes, I am 19, ma'am. So how was your day or evening?
What year were you born?
I was born at...
I was born at... hold on. Oh my goodness. You guys make me laugh. Just let me be. Hey, are you over 18?
No.
Oh, well, then you need to stay in the chat. You definitely sound like a child. So good job on making your voice sound more like a child. Seraph? Are you over 18?
Yep.
Okay, can you not eat?
Sorry.
Are you vegan?
No.
What do you
I
understand?
got a question.
What do you
I got a
understand?
question.
What do you understand veganism to mean?
No meat.
That would be vegetarianism. What do you understand veganism to be?
No purchasing products with any animal in it.
That's closer. Veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of other sentient beings. I'm against slavery of anyone who can feel. Do you agree that we shouldn't enslave those that can feel?
Yep.
Okay. Why aren't you vegan yet?
Because I like eating meat.
Okay,
I
but
think.
we enslave others so that you can lick their insides. Do you think that's fair?
What do you mean we enslave others?
We purposely birth individuals into existence. We even make them handicapped so they're easier for us to manipulate so that we can cut them open and eat them.
Well, I mean,
isn't that
you can't
slavery?
really-
You're birthing a sentient being who has their own purpose, forcing your purpose onto them for
Well,
pleasure.
their purpose is to be eaten, though. In my
Your
opinion.
purpose for me is to be my slave. My book says that I can put non-vegans in my basement as long as I give you the space of a sheet of paper around you. Does that make it moral for me to do that to you?
Not really.
Exactly. So it's not about our value systems. It's about inherent value. The fact that I care about myself means you should respect the fact that I want to keep living. Other animals have that same capacity. They care about themselves and want to live. What in your mind makes it okay to violate that?
I don't think you can really stop that, though.
That's not
think
what I
it's just-
asked you. What makes it okay for you to violate animals?
Well, I mean, we're not really violating that. Like, we're killing them to eat them.
If
It's
I
not
was
like we're
to
killing
do
them
what
for no
you do to
purpose.
animals, if I did that to a human baby, would you say that's violating the baby?
Well, yeah, because we're humans.
Absolutely. So what's the morally relevant difference between a human baby and other animals that justifies this difference in treatment?
Because they're meant to be eaten. We're not.
Human babies in my book are meant to be eaten.
What?
Yeah. So if
Wait,
I
can you
deem
give,
human
like-
babies lesser, it's
Well-
okay for me to eat them?
Well, if an animal would eat a human baby,
grounds-
what's
what
wrong with
grounds
us eating?
into- Seraph, can you ground like how you're describing or knowing like the identity of meant to?
What do you
They're
mean?
meant to be eaten. Like you're saying there's an ascribed external like decider that says that they're meant to be used this way. What decides that? Is there like something inscribed on like the bottom of their hooves that says like please eat me? Or like if I open their skull, does it say please eat me? Or like where does it say that?
Well, it's pretty healthy to eat animals. No.
Well, health wouldn't be a decider of that statement, right? You're making a should statement. You're saying like there's some external like force or decider that says their purpose is meant to be this no matter what. So like, for example, based on that statement, if you found unequivocally beyond a shadow of a doubt that you absolutely could be healthy and thrive under a plant-based diet, then you're saying that you would now say that they're no longer meant to be consumed?
Yeah, but I don't think we can get.
We'll get to that. But you're saying that yes, if you found out the information was correct, that you could follow a plant-based diet and be just as healthy and thrive, then you would.
Yeah,
start,
I would.
You
I would, but
you would
I
start
don't
doing
think
that
others
because-
would because they think that
doesn't
it tastes
well,
good.
that doesn't, Seraph, that wouldn't matter, right? Like if other people believed a certain thing to be right, and you believed it to be wrong, does that mean that you should start doing that other thing? Like for example, in 1688, what percentage of the YT people in power thought slavery should be ended?
I don't know.
Less than 1%, like 0.5% of YT people at the time thought it should be ended. So if like a Quaker, an abolitionist came up to you in 1688, explained the wrongdoings of slavery to you, you understood it was wrong, should you make an appeal to futility fallacy and tell him, oh, well, it's just going to be too hard to convince other people to abolish slavery, so I'm not going to help you in your cause? Or should you help that individual in their cause to end slavery?
I mean, I'd probably help end slavery, but
Right.
I don't think I
Then-
just don't think
then
it's possible.
appealing to futility is a fallacy, right?
I don't know what that means.
So there's something called the appeal to futility fallacy, right? Where someone makes the appeal that something is morally wrong, they agree to it, but they refuse to engage with trying to change anything because they feel it's going to be too much of an uphill battle to try to change it.
I see. Well, I just think slavery and eating meat are like two very separate things.
Yeah, they are two very different things, but the logic is exactly the same, right?
I feel like it'll be harder to stop people from eating meat than to end slavery, in my opinion.
I'm well aware of that, and we would agree with that, but that doesn't mean that one isn't worth fighting for.
I mean, the thing is, though, I personally think that eating meat is really healthy. I think eating plants is also healthy.
Seraph, we'll get to that. But again, just understand for like the basic hypothetical. You already said, right, that if you knew unquestionably, undoubtedly, that you could be just as healthy and thrive under a plant-based way of living, that you would now consume that way. Is that like the entailment here? You just don't believe the scientific, empirical, nutritional evidence that you can? And if you were to be shown that you can, then that would invoke something within you to make a change. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. What do you take to be evidence?
I mean, I've eaten meat my whole life.
Well, that would be like an anecdote in terms of nutrition science, right?
I guess I don't really have any evidence that it's good, but like,
okay, then would you take studies that have like analyzed like large populations of individuals following plant-based diets and have found that they have had like optimal health outcomes doing so, sometimes even better than those under omnivorous diets, if not consistently better?
Well, where would that be? Like, what would that be?
We could refer to things like the Adventist 1 and Adventist 2 health studies, the nurses' health studies, the EPIC Oxford study, which is like the largest health study to date that started in 1993, is still ongoing to this day. All of these studies, along with many others, whether we're talking about mechanistic data, randomized control trials, cohort studies, etc., all conclude that under a well-planned plant-based diet, you can absolutely be healthy and thrive, which is why it's the position of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, the largest body of dietetic researchers and dietitians on the planet, people who literally dedicate their lives to the science and study of nutrition. Their position paper states verbatim that a well-planned plant-based diet is adequate at all stages of the human life cycle. Do you think that they would make such a statement unfoundedly, or that such a statement would remain present on research on the research institutes it's been posted if it was found that it was incorrect? Because to my understanding, when a research paper is shown to be incorrect, it's taken down, or it's at minimum it's flagged. Do you think that this position paper would have been flagged by now if it was incorrect?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, well, it hasn't, right? That position paper still stands, and they've released even secondary position papers that have researched it even further, right? So the idea here is that the empirics all support the idea that we can be healthy and thrive under a plant-based diet. The fact that you've been healthy and thriving under a diet that involves animal products up to this point in your life doesn't entail or lead to the conclusion that you couldn't do a fully plant-based diet if you were to swap today.
I mean, yeah, but I just like what vegetables or fruits have protein in them? Like, I just
beans, legumes, grains, nuts, seeds.
But those
the best thing I like are they're called soy curls. They're defatted soy, so they're like high in protein, low in fat, and you can just soak them for 10 minutes in whatever you want, and they taste delicious.
Well, how much protein are in them?
I can go grab a bag.
Well,
It's very high.
Let's track your knowledge then. How many grams of protein are in 100 grams of chicken?
I don't know, but I know it's a lot.
Well, give me your best guess.
I don't know.
Just your best guess. You have 100 pounds of chicken flesh cooked in front of you.
100
How many
pounds?
grams of that? Sorry, not 100 pounds. 100 grams of cooked chicken flesh in front of you. Like on average, how many grams of protein are in that, do you think?
Well, it's 100 grams. I'd probably eat more than 100 grams.
No, the total weight of the product is 100 grams, but obviously the entire weight of chicken isn't pure protein.
Mm-hmm.
So what percentage of it, or how many?
Chicken still got protein, though.
Well, of course, that's not in contention, right? This is just to test your knowledge about protein. Like, if you think protein is so important, then,
I don't know
yeah,
about
you should be
I
like
just
relatively
know
aware
that
about.
animals have protein.
Of course. So, but yeah, like we were just covering, right, many plant-based sources that have protein. So like there's protein isolate options, there's seitan, there's tofu, there's tempeh, there's soy curls, there's TBP, there's mycoprotein, there's tofu, there's chickpeas, lentils, edamame, peanut butter, different seeds, nutritional yeast. There's all kinds of options that contain protein, like high quantities of protein. I mean, all foods contain protein. Even strawberries have protein. They just don't have a lot of it. They wouldn't be a primary protein source. They're more of like a micronutrient source with some carbohydrates. Whereas we can absolutely acquire high protein plant-based options like all the ones I just listed. You know, chicken, for example, is about 30 grams of protein per 100 grams. Seitan, which is made from wheat, is about anywhere between 25 to 40 grams of protein, depending on how you make it, per 100 grams. Tofu is going to be about like anywhere between 18 to 24, depending on how you do it. So there's going to be all kinds of like high protein options that are plant-based and vegan.
What do you think is easier to make, though?
It's very easy to make tofu. You literally take it out of the packet, and you could quite literally, in terms, if we're just talking about ease, I have to cook chicken. With tofu, it's already pre-cooked and ready out of the package. You can literally just start eating it then, if you wanted to. I mean, I would advise probably cooking it and doing other things with it to make it tastier. But yeah, like the ease of me opening a packet of chicken and the ease of me opening a packet of tofu and then putting them both in a pan and adding seasoning and spices and marinades, dressings, rubs, whatever, it's going to be the same. There's no difference in terms of like quote unquote ease. In fact, you can even imply it's slightly easier just because the tofu doesn't need to be cooked to a particular internal temperature. I don't need to get like a thermometer out and ensure that the internal temperature isn't like going to be problematic to give me like salmonella or something. You know, the tofu just needs to be heated up to like your preferential temperature. Because again, you could also just eat it raw.
Well, I don't think many people would agree that tofu tastes better than chicken. I think a lot of people.
Is your favorite food on this planet plain boiled chicken?
I mean, chicken's pretty tasty, no?
Do you think your favorite food on this planet is plain boiled chicken?
No.
Right. And the reason for that is because you're seasoning it with garlic, marinades, spices, rubs, all these different things that go into making the chicken actually taste good. The exact same methodology that you use to make the chicken taste good is the same thing that you could apply to tofu, because tofu out of the packet is effectively just plain and boiled soybeans, effectively. Just blend it up.
No, I could eat chicken without seasoning. I mean, if I want protein,
I can also eat tofu without seasoning, but I've eaten both of them without seasoning. The difference in taste between the two items is indifferential. Like they're both just incredibly bland and boring if you're just eating them plain by themselves.
The point is, Seraph, the point is animals want to live. If you were the victim and your oppressor had the choice between using you or an alternative that, let's steel man you. Let's say the alternative was 80% as efficient as using you directly. What would you want your oppressor to do? Use you or suck it up and use the alternative?
Use the alternative.
Exactly. You're the oppressor right now.
Well,
You're literally saying, oh, go ahead, veggies, please.
So, sorry, I had to take care of something real quick. But let me run a thought experiment by you, Seraph. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I definitely stole this from somebody, so don't give me any credit for it. But imagine you are in charge of creating the world, okay? Mm-hmm. You have no idea who you are going to be in this world. Would you create a world that says it's okay to eat animals if you could potentially be one of them?
Well, I think it would be fine to have a food chain.
I didn't ask that at all.
Well, what were you asking again?
Yeah, so if you were in charge of creating the world and you had no idea who in the world you are going to be until after you created it, Would you create a world in where people think it's okay to eat animals?
Yeah, probably.
Even if you were one of those animals after you created this world?
I mean, if I was the creator of the world, I don't think I'd be an animal.
No. The stipulation to this thought experiment is that you don't know who you are going to be in the world until after you create it. You could be a person, you could be a bird, you could be a cow, you could be a woman, you could be anyone. You could be rich, poor, anyone, including other animals. Would you create a world in where people think it's okay to eat animals if you could potentially be one of them?
I mean, I probably would still. I just hope I wouldn't be an animal.
Sarah, again, like,
Good God.
you understand that this is like you accepting your own needless oppression and suffering, right?
Yep.
Do
I
you
mean,
think you deserve...
You're okay with
You
that.
think, you think
Seraph,
animals
do you
wouldn't eat
think-
us?
Seraph, that's what a wild pivot.
Wait, sir.
Do you
It's
think
not a wild pivot, bro.
it's totally a wild pivot, first
No.
of all, but like, do you think that you deserve your life?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would create a world in where some people think it's okay that you don't?
Well, I mean, what do you mean by that? You think I?
Sarah,
What do you mean?
to
What do
make-
I mean by
like,
that?
I'm wondering if he's not understanding. So, like, Seraph, this is called the veil of ignorance, right? This is what this question is called. It's when you are the designer of the world. Like, currently, you're just like this ephemeral, like, spiritual being. You don't know what body you will end up as when you, quote unquote, activate the world. So you have a drawing board in front of you, a design board, a blueprint for the world. You're designing it exactly as you would desire it to be, knowing that as soon as you pull the lever to activate this planet, and you have to activate it, as soon as you activate it, you could end up as any potential sentient being on the planet. Like you said, you could be a giraffe, you could be the president of the United States, you could be a blind black woman, you could be like, an elephant, you could be a cow, you could be a chicken, you could be anything, right? Mm-hmm. Would you like to create a world in which rational beings, people, who have the concept and ability to do better and rationalize better, should those rational agents think things through and not needlessly oppress the beings on this planet? Or do you think that they should not think things through and they should needlessly oppress and exploit the beings on that planet, which could very well include you?
Well, I think it's fine, honestly, because animals eat animals.
Look, we know that you think it's fine that it's to eat animals. That's literally nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. The question is, would you design the world in where people think it's fine to do this if you could potentially be a cow?
Let me think about that. If I could be a cow.
Can I just ask, like, imagine, okay, now let's carry on to this hypothetical, but imagine every time you took a crap, you had to, like, stay in that same area
Well,
where
to be
you
fair,
ate,
this
right?
isn't a hypothetical. It's like a thought experiment.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. So like, would you be okay with that in this thought experiment? Would you be okay with living in your own feces?
I'm gonna just like wait until you can answer this question. Would you design the world in which
Yes,
people
I would.
think?
I would just hope I'm not an animal, honestly.
Okay, well, too
Because-
bad. You're going. What if? Okay, look. The new
Okay.
stipulation is that I know what you're going to be in this world. You don't, and you're going to be a fucking cow. Are you happy with your design,
I mean,
or did you fuck it up?
well, yeah, I probably fucked it up because I'm a cow.
Yeah, major fucked up. Yeah. So you think you deserve your life, and you're going to design a world in which others don't think this about you, and that's the world you want to create?
I mean, probably. I mean,
Probably. What do you mean?
okay,
probably?
okay. I have a question for you. If humans didn't exist, do you think animals wouldn't eat themselves, or would
Is
they
this what
live
you've
in
been
a?
thinking about the whole time instead of actually listening to this whole thing? Because your
I've
answer
been
has
listening.
been nothing but mush.
No, I've
Nothing
been
but mush.
listening.
You've literally sat here repetitively, whatever. You've said it over and over again that you're okay with being enslaved. It's moral for someone to enslave you for being different. What's
I mean,
wrong with
I
you?
wouldn't be enslaved.
What's
I'd
wrong
be
with you?
killed.
Why do you think that it's okay for others to do what they want with you without your consent? That's terrible.
Well,
That's terrible. You should respect yourself. You should be appreciative of yourself. You have unique preferences and perspectives. You can help people, right? Like, you should care about yourself more. Other animals care about themselves. Just because you're apathetic about yourself doesn't mean other animals are apathetic. They care about themselves. If I
I
was,
also think
if
that's
I
a
was the one,
blatant lie.
if I was the one on the precipice of making this world, and I had to make it fair, and I didn't know who I was gonna be, right? This is where you're being dishonest. I would make a world where it's fair for everyone, regardless of whose body I end up being in, so that I
well,
can
what
have
would
a
we
fair
eat?
life.
We would just
Plants,
eat vegetables,
buddy.
plants.
Plants,
Oh my God,
buddy.
we finally got there. What's the solution? Live vegan.
Well, do you think the animals would listen to that? They
What
probably
does
wouldn't.
that
They'd
matter?
probably eat each other.
You need to do it.
It's called a food chain.
Before you start going down this road that you really want to go down, let's just like for a moment acknowledge that you absolutely lied through your teeth just now, because you earlier when I asked you if you think you deserve your life, you said yes.
Yeah,
And now
I
you're
think I do
biting.
deserve it.
Now you're biting bullets, saying that it's okay for you to be enslaved, killed, and eaten. That's a lie.
Well, I'm not a cow, am I? You said
This is a lie.
I think we might
Here.
move on, Seraph. I don't think that you're equipped to have this conversation.
If we have another guest, so just move on.
Yeah. I think we're done with that.
I mean, the only thing remaining at that point is just NTT, but
Yeah.
I don't think he's mentally capable of such a conversation.
I mean, he literally just said it's okay to enslave him. So yeah, he doesn't even understand basic
pretty
respect.
ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
It's no different than if like someone designed the world in which like I don't know his ethnicity or something was like made okay to oppress randomly.
Yeah, he kept saying that's how it is. Like that's how it should be. Like what? Don't believe in human rights, I guess. User, are you over 18?
Yeah.
Are you vegan?
No.
Okay, what do you understand veganism to mean?
I think veganism is like when you like don't consume any like animal products and you just eat vegetables.
Well, that is a side effect of veganism, but veganism isn't a diet. It's an ethical stance against the exploitation of other beings. So I don't go to the zoo. I don't demand someone's skin or their fur or their scales. I don't watch them in aquariums or zoos or circuses, right? So I also don't use their flesh for nourishment. I eat plants. Does that make
Wait,
sense?
but yeah, can I say something? If you guys like care so much about animals, why
It's not about
don't you
caring.
guys care about?
It's not about caring.
the-
It's just about
the- no.
logically understanding that something is unjust. Some of
How is
us
it
do
unjust?
care. Some of us do care, but that's not where veganism comes from. It comes from this stance that I don't want to be exploited, and we shouldn't exploit each other just because of arbitrary traits that we deem lesser.
But
Just like
humans were
racism.
meant to. Humans were meant to eat animals.
Humans weren't meant to
Dude.
do shit.
That's part of a food chain.
No, you made that
What
up.
are you talking about, bro?
It's literally a food chain. Humans
Who
were
told
meant
you
to
that?
eat.
Who told you that?
Look it up. Like it's.
What's their name?
who
No,
knew-
I don't want to look it up. Tell me who told you that.
No one told me. Look it up.
So you're making it
Well,
up.
do your research first. Like it's
Do
part
what-
of a,
do what
it's part of a
research?
human diet.
What?
Wait,
What is the
so how
Meat is part of a human
how am I
diet.
alive if I'm not eating animals in 12 years? How am I alive? Bro, do your research, right? Do your research, bro. Right?
I know, but it's gonna. Never mind, bro.
Okay.
What do you mean never mind?
Oh, we left.
Oh.
Dang it.
There we go.
Dang it. I was like, oh, well, he cracked for a second. So it's like, hey, wait, you know what? If you're going to be honest and feel like you were defeated, let's have an honest conversation
Yeah.
now, right? And then he left.
Come back up, man.
Yeah.
Like
It sounds like you had an honest realization there. You should have stayed. Aw. What was his name? Does anybody remember? I actually totally slipped what his name was. User, there you are. Come back up. It sounds like you were actually having a genuine moment. Did I do that? Or did I hit the @ Oh, I hit the @ on accident. I think I sent you an invite, though. You're not going to come back? Ah, darn. Okay. I get it. Ghostwriter. Maybe. Oh, darn. Tongue. Although I feel like we've spoke. I feel that name looks familiar.
I have a school essay.
Okay, you should go work on that. Lucas. Are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you vegan?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what do you understand veganism to mean?
Well, I heard you talk about it to user that it's like not eating meat, which is a side thing, and then I forgot what you said about the other part.
Okay, that's fine. Veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of others that are having a subjective experience. So I don't want to treat others that can suffer unfairly for my benefit. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing is that like, hold on, because I just forgot it. I was like,
do
remembering
you
it.
agree that we should not exploit others if we can avoid doing so?
I mean, we really can, but it won't
Yeah, we
affect
can.
anything. Like,
Well, it
like
doesn't
it
matter.
really
So
won't affect anything.
veganism is much like being against human slavery. I don't want to demand it because I don't want to be in that position. And I would hope if I was the victim, my oppressors would stop using me at bare minimum.
Like a thing is like, all right, so like let's say I do eat meat, right?
Oh, I do not
Me
like. You
eating-
need to replace the batteries in your fire alarm, by the way. That is dangerous and also very annoying.
Sorry. So me eating meat, like let's say most people that aren't vegan, like, you know, eat meat and stuff, but yet they're not the one killing the animals. So
If I
rather
ask
than
someone to pew another person, am I not also culpable for that schmurder?
that, if what?
If I pay someone to pew, I'm using sensitive language because we're on TikTok. If I pay someone to pew someone on my behalf, am I not also held culpable for that schmurder?
Well, yeah, you're the one that paid for it.
So
but if you tell
when
me,
you buy animal products, what are you doing?
yeah, well, see, the thing is, if
Giving
you
money
tell
to the
someone,
people doing the animal abuse, right? The ones
If
that are
you-
slitting
if
the
you-
throats. They're doing it only because you give them money.
well, if you tell someone to do it and they do it, that's not really on you. That's
You
their
are
decision.
also
But if you
held
pay for
culpable,
it,
Lucas. If I
that's
told
if you
someone,
pay.
Lucas, if I told someone to go pew someone, regardless if I pay them, if I tell them to do it, that's also demanding.
their decision.
That's literally demanding, Lucas.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's their
God, get out of
decision.
here. You're a child. It's their decision. It's their decision. You're stupid. You're demanding animal abuse. Idiot. Sorry. I know he's a child, but still, starting out stupid, get a little smarter.
I mean, you can just reduce that so easily to his own exploitation. Is like, hypothetically, if we found out there was an organization, like all the the meat that's being produced in the United States, we found out through like a whistleblower, a huge percentage of it is actually from humans being exploited and turned into meat on these store shelves. Does he think if the government is ignoring that claim, and the seemingly only way we can address it is through personal choice to not consume these products and drive the demand a bit lower, should we just ignore that and be like, oh, well, I mean, I'm not the one doing the action personally of unalive these humans and putting them in the store? Or should you recognize that it's a problem being generated by your continued purchasing of the product?
Yeah.
Right? Supply and demand has a tangible real world effect. If you're just going to ignore that, then you're just ignoring the basics of most economies.
Well, and I've brought this scenario up to people too. Maybe it's not even a big widespread thing, but you go into the store and it's shocking, but there's a human baby wrapped in cellophane in the freezer for you to purchase. You see someone pick up that baby, go to the checkout aisle, scan it, and take it home to cook. You telling me you don't judge them? You're telling me you don't look at them like as lesser because they just demeaned another human? They just objectified a baby? I would judge them. I would think that they're immoral, or at least the action that they're doing is immoral. Like, we recognize it when it's humans. That quote by is it Isaac? I can't remember his middle name. Bashevis singer. Like I can't remember the quote verbatim, but basically just that when we see it as humans see oppression vividly when they're the victim, but otherwise they victimize blindly. I can't remember. I think it's something like that, but it's just so true. Like, we understand it when we put ourselves in the victim's perspective. Farming, riding on their back, testing on them. This is all clear exploitation and clear oppression. But for some reason, when the body is a different shape and the brain maybe focuses on something different, it's okay now. I don't know why. Just because we're able to. So sad. All right. We've got Adam. I'll try not to monologue, guys. Sorry about that. Thank you for sitting through it.
Hey.
Hey, Adam, are you over 18?
Yes, I am. I'm 19.
Okay. Are you vegan?
No, I'm not.
What do you understand veganism to mean? Oh, I can't hear you if you teacup.
Oh, can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
My bad. Okay, so what I want to say is that I understand why someone would choose
Well, Adam,
veganism.
I asked you a question. What does veganism mean?
Veganism means not eating animals, trying not to necessarily hurt animals, and not eating dairy products.
Well, some of that stuff is true, but veganism is actually an ethical stance against unfair use of somebody else who's having a subjective experience. So I don't want to demand someone who feels to be enslaved for me or exploited. Do you agree that we should avoid doing that to others?
Yeah, I do. That's
Okay.
fair.
Okay, so for you, what is it that makes it okay to do this to other animals who equally care about themselves and have their own subjective experience of suffering?
Could I ask a question right now? Is
Well,
that
what
possible?
justifies it? And then you can ask your question.
To be honest, nothing really justifies it.
Okay, what's your question?
Okay, so my question is whether eating animals is inherently immortal or whether what matters is the amount of unnecessary suffering involved.
That's
If
not
the
what
principle-
veganism is about.
Yeah, but wait, let me finish.
Veganism is against exploitation, not suffering. So don't equate that. It's not the same thing. Veganism is explicitly against exploitation. Veganism is not against unnecessary suffering. We're against exploitation.
Oh, okay, I understand. I didn't know that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I
So it's
didn't know.
about your demand and what you're demanding others experience for you when you don't need to demand they do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
All right, thank
what
you.
for you is stopping you from living vegan?
Me personally, I think that's not just me, but me personally, I just like the taste of meat. Like I tried eating vegan food, but it's really not the same. And
Well, why did
I
you
just
try to
like the
eat vegan
taste of it.
food?
Sorry?
Why did you try vegan food?
Because I wanted to see, even if I'm here debating, then I should have like a basic little knowledge about it.
Okay. Well, do you think that
And
just because an alternative isn't up to par for you, that it's okay for you to violate someone?
no, not necessarily, but
Yeah. So I understand taste pleasure drawing you to using someone, but it doesn't justify it. I did the same thing. But when I realized that there's someone losing everything for me to have 15 minutes of pleasure, I stopped. Oh, okay. Well, maybe you learned something. I hope. Go check out Dominion. Go look up Dominion 2018. It's free on YouTube. I'm sad that he dropped. Okay. Well, let's see. Where are we at with time? Oh my god, I went way over than I was gonna. Let's do like one more since we're at the 50. Let's do one more and then we'll call it a day. You guys cool with hanging out with me that long?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's do it.
Cool.
All right, let's go. Andy, come on down. Hey, are you over 18?
Hello?
Hi, are you over 18?
Yes, I'm over 18.
Okay, are you vegan?
No, I'm not.
Okay, what does veganism mean to you? What do you understand it to mean?
So I understand veganism to be one of two different things. One is dietary veganism, where you're, health-wise, you're restricted to purely vegan options. And then there's ethical veganism, which is like the moral stance to not eat or partake in any animal-originated products because it's considered unethical and exploitive.
Yeah, so when we talk about veganism here, we're talking about ethical veganism, which I would argue is the only meaning of it, but I understand everyone gets confused and makes it a diet thing. So veganism, ethics, what's stopping you from living those ethics?
I guess in my mind, it isn't what's stopping me from living with that specific ethical system. It's what hasn't compelled me yet. If that makes sense.
So are you against human slavery?
Yeah.
What compels you to be against human slavery?
Because I believe that all humans fit within the definition or like the qualifiers of personhood.
What are those?
I don't know, just like being up to a certain level of intelligence and capability.
You know, we have humans that are just sentient, right? They're not
What do you mean?
sapient. They don't understand complexity, but they maybe only care about being comfortable. I just want to make sure that you're including all humans when you consider this. So all humans have personality. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'd agree
Do
with
animals
that.
not have personalities?
Well, it depends on the animal.
They have personalities.
Well, yeah, but some
No, they all have
I would say
they
lower
all-
intelligence
That doesn't matter.
beings
You said
don't.
personalities. You didn't say intelligence.
Well, I said personhood. I didn't use the word
Personhood.
personality.
And what describes a person to you?
Somebody with a certain level of intelligence. I would say.
Andy. So, like, again, just to cover back, do you an example of this, just to give you a real world example, just to give you a real world example of this, do you know what like anencephaly is or anencephaly?
What?
Anencephaly. It's a condition.
I don't believe I've heard that term before.
Right. It's humans that are born effectively missing large quadrants of their brain. So most commonly, they'll be missing like the prefrontal cortex and hippocampus and other like regional areas of the brain. Like they might even be born with only like an amygdala, which quintessentially would put their intelligence lower than certain farm animals that you're consuming. Right? Do you think it would be okay to needlessly oppress and exploit that human?
Not needless. No.
Okay.
Well,
would you consider them a person?
I wouldn't say they qualify for personhood. No.
You don't think that they're a person?
I would say that they don't qualify for the rights of personhood.
Okay, so do you think? Okay, let's even just go with this. Let's say that they don't qualify for quote unquote personhood. Do you think that that means that those individuals should now be needlessly oppressed and exploited?
No, not needlessly oppressed and exploited.
So what's the argument for needlessly oppressing and exploiting non-human animals?
I would say, are we necessarily needlessly exploiting them?
Well, yeah, we can get into some kind of substance where you're stating there's a needed scenario, right? And we might even come to the conclusion that we agree that that's a needed scenario. But just very simply, in all scenarios where it's absolutely not needed, and you have other practical and possible solutions that allow you to avoid their oppression and exploitation, would you say that you should be avoiding the needless oppression and exploitation of non-human animals?
So, right, if the animals are truly needlessly being exploited and oppressed, and there are, practical measures readily available to eliminate that, yes, I would.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say we
what,
shouldn't.
What in your everyday life do you believe you're encountering a situation where you need to consistently, engage in the needed oppression and exploitation of a sentient being?
What do you mean?
So, like, veganism is a stance against the unnecessary exploitation and oppression of sentient beings, right? Where it's possible and practicable. So, do you believe that there's common scenarios in your everyday life where you need to oppress and exploit a sentient being because you need to?
Well, so in my everyday life, my income is brought by my job, which I am a full-time butcher, so I'd say yeah.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Do you need that job?
Yeah, I'd say I need this job.
You can't find another one?
I probably could, but in my specific region, it would be extremely difficult for me to find another job that can guarantee enough pay and enough hours.
Right, but like,
Andy, like, let's say that, like, you can find one. Do you think that there's meaning within the effort of trying to find another one?
Could you rephrase the question?
Should you continue to do it just because it's, like, convenient and it exists?
Continue working my job?
Yeah. Do you think you should continue to engage with that practice even if you don't again, you don't need to, because other jobs obviously exist and you could explore and try to find one of these other kinds of jobs that don't do this. But I really want to quickly just move outside of your profession. Let's just even entail for half a second that that's required of you. What else in your everyday life is required for you to go out and needlessly oppress and exploit? Or sorry, neededly oppress and exploit non-human animals?
Well, so I would say I answered your question, which is one scenario which I generally need to,
I'm
as you
asking
would
you,
say,
do you have
exploit
any
animals.
I'm asking you, do you have any other scenarios besides this?
Well, so what I'm saying is it seems like no matter which scenario I provide, you're going to be like, let's not talk about that.
No, we can get into, like, your job, but that would be, like, last in my order of magnitude of things for you to actionably do, right?
Well,
we could like, just to give you a scenario, right? We could hypothetically entail that you live in the middle of, like, bumfuck nowhere, and the only job the only job available to you in an 1,000-mile radius, which is absurd, but, like, we'll just contend that this is true. That's the only job that you can do to have money to stay alive, right? I can reasonably justify why you're doing that, or why it could be deemed as necessary. I'm asking you, do you have any other scenarios outside of this where you believe it's necessary?
Well, so with my current, like, dietary situation, I use meat for proteins and such.
Right. Do you need to be consuming meat for your diet?
I need to be consuming the protein.
You need to... Yeah, you can get protein from plant-based sources, you realize?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it's not a requirement, right?
Sure.
Right, and
But what if I
requirement
could
would be
reasonably
synonymous with,
say-
like, necessary.
So what if I could reasonably say that it would be, inconvenient and expensive for me in my specific location for me to go plant-based?
Where are you living where it's so difficult?
Like you said, bumfuck nowhere.
Okay, so you don't have a grocery store?
We do, yeah.
Okay, does that grocery store have, like, beans and rice and potatoes?
Yeah.
Okay, those would be like the kinds of staples you would be replacing meat with, so you can definitely afford and access these options.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not a necessity, right?
Okay, sure, I'll grant that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Don't you think it's possible that even, let's say, you need to have this butcher job, right? Don't you think it would be possible to still maintain this job and you not actually participate in the other things in your life that have to do with animals?
Yeah, I could see how that would be possible.
Right. So, I mean, I guess the best case scenario in this hypothetical where you could not get another job would be to just not participate in all the other stuff and just do your job.
Sure. But why
You
should
have
I
a
go
con-
about changing my diet?
Yeah, because do you oppose the unnecessary? You already answered this, right? You said that you oppose the unnecessary oppression and exploitation of sentient beings, right? Where it's unnecessary and you have
I didn't
other
say just sentient beings.
Huh?
That's
okay. How do you
Honestly,
define
I'm
sentient?
starting to feel like Andy is trying to waste our time on purpose.
Can I just
no,
jump
I
in
swear I'm not.
quickly?
I'm not trying to waste your time.
Can I just ask Andy, how long have you been taking lives for?
About a year now.
Yeah, did you take lives prior to this, or was this the first time you started taking lives?
No, this was the first. I
Do you
mean,
remember?
unless you consider like bugs and stuff.
I'm talking about the lives that like you've actually went out to like purposefully take.
Oh, yeah, I'd say this. Yeah.
So, can you tell me about your first time doing it?
Well, I had watched my coworkers do it, and they were training me in everything across the shop, and so I was like, "Yo, you want to train me on everything? This time, could I try knocking it?" And then they told me where to aim, and then I took the shot, and it went perfectly. It passed without any suffering, and it was a good shot.
So, like, how did you feel in the moment doing it?
I don't understand the question.
How did you feel doing that?
I didn't feel any particular which way about it, I guess.
You didn't feel anything at all?
I mean, I was doing my job. I felt, I don't know, like it didn't suffer at all, so.
Well, you're calling them it, right? I mean, regardless of
because okay, it is a viable pronoun, and I can't remember the gender of the cow, so I don't want to specify which sex it was. So I'm using it.
You would say they. Like, would you ever, if your friend Randy or someone's friend Randy was like, behind they were in the back room, right, at a party. When someone asks like, "Where's Randy?" Or even if you didn't know, like, you could say it's like an ambiguous, like, gender name, like Jordan or something. You don't know if they're male or female. And they say, "Where's Jordan?" And you go, "I don't know. I saw someone in the back room." I would say it's back there.
I mean,
or would you
personally,
would you say they are back there? More likely than not.
So, commonly in social interactions, I would say they, but it, like I said, also is a perfectly viable pronoun.
It would be
It's
used in
culturally
a
not
mystery.
used.
It is used in like a mystery scenario or an object, right? Like if you were out in the middle of the woods and a shadowy figure was moving around, that's where you might say, it's coming, or there's like, I don't know what it is, but it's over there, right? That's where it would make sense.
Okay.
But if you know that there's a particular animal that's like around you or a person that's around you, you wouldn't like refer to them as an it.
Okay, what's your point?
Yeah, you dehumanize them effectively, right?
Well, they're not
you're
humans.
well, yeah, that's not the point. You're basically like seeing them at such a low gradient of like personhood that they're not even worthy of having like these basic pronouns.
Well,
right?
why does a cow
genuinely
qualify for personhood?
Yeah, again, by the same extent that why does the these humans qualify for personhood, right? They meet the baseline requirement of sentience. That's what we would argue.
Andy, can you tell me about failure rates?
Failure rates?
Yep.
Like when knocking the animals?
Yep.
Uh,
How many times has it happened with you?
less than 1%.
So how many animals have you taken?
I've lost count.
So hundreds, thousands?
Probably in the hundreds range.
Yeah. And so did that bother you, the failure rate?
I mean, I did.
Tens of animals.
No, less than 10, I
You
would
said
say.
1%.
Less than 1%.
Well, industry-wide, it's about 20-something, and it's probably more than that, but it's underreported. But anyway,
Right.
so
Well,
let's say...
I work at a small time butcher shop.
Yeah, still.
So it's, yeah.
So did you feel anything about it?
I felt bad that I caused the animal suffering.
Yeah.
I think the ultimate question here is, would you prefer to live in a world where your job that you're currently doing is not commonplace and it's morally opposed to, and people seek out other options and don't make this be like a common industry that's supported and seen as okay? Would you prefer a world that doesn't have that, and you would more likely than not have a different kind of job available to you in your neighborhood or your town or whatever it is? Or would you prefer to continue to do this action needlessly to these non-human animals?
Would I prefer a world in which there wasn't the failure rate, or just wasn't the harming of animals?
The action of needlessly taking their lives.
I'm indifferent because I would say we're predators. So,
Andy, hold on. I want to know, Andy, can I have a dog farm? Do you think it's moral to have a dog farm?
What do you mean?
I'm going to farm dogs the way you farm any other animal. Do you think that's moral?
Are you treating them poorly and abusing them?
I don't know. What should I do with other animals? I'm going to treat them like the best of the other animals. Is that okay to do to dogs?
As long as you're treating the dogs ethically, I don't see why not.
So it's okay to bolt them in the head, hang them upside down, slit their throat, and drain them of their blood?
I mean, as long as they're
You
dead
think that's moral?
when you
What
bolt
about
them in the
human
head.
babies? What about human? They're not dead when you bolt them, dummy. That's to stun them.
They die
Wait.
instantly.
No, they
Whoa. Okay, so wait.
Okay, I
Hang
use
on.
pew-pews.
Wait.
I use pew-pews in my
Listen.
job, so they die instantly.
Andy, hold on. 40 is like literally an ex-slaughterhouse like inspector. Like this
Yeah.
former job.
So no, that doesn't happen. I don't believe you.
What do you
now.
mean? What doesn't happen?
What do you mean pew? What cows are you pew-pewing?
All of the cows that we process for people.
So you know that, okay, so that's illegal, by the way. If you're
So how is the butcher shop I work in USDA inspected and qualifies on all of our animals?
Are you using a knocking pew, or are you using a pew?
I'm using a 22 long rifle.
So you're USDA inspected?
Yes, we are. We process USDA.
So name the body. Do me a favor. Name the body that comes in and inspects you, not the USDA, but it's someone else.
All I know is it's that we have a USDA official come down and inspect all of the killings.
Maybe
Sorry,
you
I
don't
didn't mean
know.
to use that word.
Maybe you don't know. Okay, so it's FSIS, right? The Food Safety Inspection Service.
FCI, yes.
Okay, because like I'm very shocked that you use a actual pew. I've not heard of that being USDA inspected.
That's used. I live in Wyoming, and that's what's used all across the state, except for in large processing plants like JBS.
Oh, that's news to me.
Yeah, that's standard procedure around here.
So how do you ensure that that the excess things that go inside their heads don't go in other parts of the body?
Because the rounds that we use and the specific pew pew we use has enough power to drive through the skull wall into the brain without passing all the way through the neck.
I think we're getting too far into welfare anyway.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah.
Andy, do you think that like again, if we were to do this kind of industry toward, like, I know you already said you're indifferent towards dogs, you're indifferent towards the animals you're already doing this to, you're indifferent to a conceptual world where it's absolutely not necessary and it doesn't need to exist. So the only thing remaining is to ask you, do you think if an industry like this existed unaliving humans for the exact same kind of reasoning, where it's completely unnecessary and we could be seeking out alternatives to unaliving humans, would you be in favor of continuing that practice or no?
Humans are part of our society, so no.
I'm asking just yes or no.
No.
Okay, so then
I
what's
would
the
be
morally
against that.
what's the intrinsic morally relevant trait difference universally seen in all humans that would justify, you know, doing this to the other non-human animals, but not justify doing it to a human animal? Trait difference. It's actually
Humans
uniquely
contribute
different.
to society.
Okay, so if I have a hermit living in the woods all by himself, he's not going to be a part of society, never has been, never will be. It's okay to do this to him? Yes or no?
Is he on government property
Nope.
or on private property?
We can even just, if you want to like take this that far, he's living out in the middle of the ocean. He's in international waters.
Okay.
Is it morally okay for me to come along and unalive and consume him for my trivial taste pleasure?
I would say he's completely irrelevant to the question because he's so secluded.
Because it hurts
Wait,
your argument.
that's not irrelevant to the question. The question is it okay for me to go up to this individual and unalive and consume them for my entertainment, my personal pleasure? Yes or no? It's definitely not irrelevant to the question because that is the question. You can't say the question I'm asking you is irrelevant because I'm asking you like the question.
The answer
is
you're
it
looking
okay to
for
do
is
that?
no.
For real.
Yeah, no, I like intuitively I would say no, it wouldn't be right to harm that individual.
Then obviously societal membership isn't the thing that justifies oppressing and exploiting. So what is the thing that justifies?
Okay, so who says it's only one qualifying factor?
Yeah, you can. So, all right. Here's an example of that. Right. If you come before a judge and a jury, and you explain to them, "Hey, I've just unalived this person," or rather, they're doing a jury like a jury held to like determine if you were justified in unaliving someone, and you explain to them multiple reasons as to why you did it. Right. Some of them actually would be valid potentially, and some of them would be invalid potentially. So if you give multiple reasons, they're still going to be analyzed point by point to see if they're valid. So if I show up to the jury and I say, okay, why did you unalive this person? You go, I unalived them because they came at me with, you know, a pew-pew and they look threatening. Okay, that seems reasonable so far. Okay.
Oh, I think
Hold
we
up,
lost
can you hear me?
No, I think we lost
Can you hear me?
Keith. Yeah, I can hear you. Keith, are you still there?
Okay. Yeah, it cut out right as he was talking about the self-defense thing.
Yeah. I don't know if they can hear us. Keith, are you there? Uh-oh. He might have gotten a call or something. No.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. So again, so like in like a situation where you're being judged by like a jury of your peers, if you go before them and you explain to them, you know, you could have like 4 different reasons as to why you unalived this person. You could explain like, I did it because they came at me with like, you know, it seemed threatening at first. And then I also didn't like the way their face looked. That was part of the reason I unalived them. I also think that, you know, I think I knew them from like, you know, junior high, and they were kind of mean to me during junior high. So I also just didn't like that. And also like, yeah, they were brandishing a pew-pew and they were pointing it at my face, right? Which of those 4 reasons were actually valid for me to take their life?
The first one, the self-defense one.
Yeah, they're actually threatening my life. The other things meant
Right.
nothing. So that's the idea. You can have multiple reasons, but we're still going to analyze them one at a time to see which ones are actually valid. So you're
Sure,
more
but
than
there
welcome
could be
to-
multiple valid reasons.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for a single one. What's the morally relevant trait difference that justifies needlessly doing this to one but not the other?
When it comes down to it, humans are predators.
Wait, you think the action of a physiological trait or an evolutionary trait is what justifies actions?
Isn't evolution the cause of everything?
Well, no.
The development of everything?
To give you an example, do you have sexual urges ever?
I mean, I'm a 18-year-old boy, so yeah.
Yeah. Do you think the fact that evolutionarily your body was granted the ability to have this drive, this sex drive, do you think that evolutionary trait to have that would justify doing, acts sexually on another non-consensually?
No.
Okay, then we wouldn't be able to use a natural statement. That's an appeal to nature fallacy. A jury and a judge of your peers would absolutely throw that out if you were to judge, again, because you can make the argument too to the other end. Humans historically have consumed other humans in our evolutionary pathway. So
Yeah.
someone could make the exact same argument and say, oh, well, it's justified to consume humans because in our history, humans have consumed humans. It's evolutionarily in the process, so it's okay to keep doing it, right? Obviously, that's insane, right?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Obviously, that's insane to say, right? That you should continue to oppress and exploit humans because you're making an evolutionary statement that humans consumed other humans in our past, right?
Well, evolutionarily, all humans share the same traits.
No, I'm asking you, should someone be when they're being brought before a judge and jury and they're explaining why they unalived this human and even ate them, they explain to the jury that, oh, I did it because I think humans have consumed other humans in the past. It's an evolutionary pathway that led to.
Can you hear me?
Yes. They believe.
Yeah, sorry, I got a call for a second.
Yeah. So this person shows up to a judge and jury. They explain to them, hey, humans have consumed humans throughout all of human history, and I would like to continue that because evolution. Do you think the statement of evolution in our past actions would justify continuing to eat people for a trivial pleasure?
I don't see how humans eating humans is part of evolution.
Okay.
It's
I
literally
think we're
it's
gonna
one of
call
the
it
main
here.
processes of evolution.
Yeah,
dude.
this
That's
guy-
literally how evolution
Okay,
works.
thank you
Focus
for
on
your
pouring-
time.
You're pouring your grains. You're focused on that. Next time, please come focused on the conversation because honestly, I think that you're just half listening. You were listening in the beginning, but towards the end, you're clearly just half here. You're not here anymore. So we're gonna end it there. I really appreciate you coming up, Andy. You don't need to use others. That's all it is. They care about themselves. They want to live. You don't need to use them. We're done. That's easy.
Yeah. I mean, again, there's no way he would ever accept that in an actual, judging of his peers. If he learned that, his neighbor was eating, his family for personal pleasure, and then they came to, the judge and jury, and they explained, well, Your Honor, if you look at, Mesopotamian, human history and the history of the Papua New Guinea tribes, and you look at the certain evolutionary evidence that we have from about 15,000 years ago involving human predation and consumption by other humans, I think that's enough evidence for me to continue consuming humans, right?
Yeah.
It exists somewhere within our evolutionary processing, so we should just keep doing it because they did it, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he personally and the jury would look at that guy and be like, "Dude, you're fucking insane."
Yeah, it's insane.
Obviously.
That's insane. Yeah. I think that there was a point where he did absorb some stuff. So hopefully he'll check out maybe some resources. If you're still in the chat, go check out anti-animal use. Watch Dominion. It's free on YouTube. Look up Dominion 2018 and ask yourself if you really want to be a part of that. I understand that you're a part of some of that system, but when you look at them, ask yourself, am I okay with doing this to puppy dogs? You sounded like you did have some contention with dogs. You did at first say, or you did say that it would be fine, but it doesn't sound like something that you're comfortable with. So why? Ask yourself, is there a difference,
Yeah, I would also just say there's a video called What Unaliving Animals Does to Your Brain on YouTube.
With the K word?
Yeah, it's by Emily, Bite Size Vegan.
Oh, yeah, she's great.
It might explain to you why you were calling them an it, and rather than someone or a being or a person.
Absolutely. Yeah, when you start to really recognize that they are a someone, it's a lot harder to convince yourself you're doing the right thing by taking everything from them. Yeah. I saw who was it? I saw someone that was a vegan in my who was it? Somebody was it was Springer. I'm sorry, Springer, I didn't bring you up. I'm just about to wrap up is all. So I appreciate you coming up.
One correction earlier, like when I about the it thing, I meant to say objectifying, right? I didn't mean dehumanizing because, like, yeah, they're not humans. But
Right.
yeah,
I
meant,
think we
like,
all knew what you
more-
meant. Yeah. Yeah. I've
I
said
just remember
dehumanizing
seeing-
too. I meant like demeaning or yeah.
Yeah, I remember, like, while I didn't like interject to make the correction in between there, and I saw some comments like they're not humans. Like, yeah, dude, I understand that. That's
Yeah.
not the whole point. I think
Right.
Yeah,
even
they're-
if you just use basic inferencing, like inferencing on what I was saying, you would understand I meant objectifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're individuals and are being de-individualized, like you were saying.
Yep, exactly. It's easier for the oppressors to demean their victims because then they're not oppressors. They're just living their life and using resources that are available to them. You know, it's a much more comfortable life to cope that way than to see the reality of what you've done. You're demanding someone's enslavement.
Yeah, and I would just say, like, adding on, when I asked him his first time, he stalled there
He
for
did. He
quite a
paused for a
bit,
long
right?
time.
Everyone does that. Everyone I talk to, everyone who's worked in it, everyone who's done it or seen it, they always pause and they really reflect on that first time. So I think he was like just not wanting to let his emotions get a hold of him there.
I think because it's probably partially blocked out, mentally to a certain extent of,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Put that wall up. Yeah. Yeah. Even if you're working at a butcher shop, you can still live vegan. And once you are ethically vegan, you'll just understand why you don't want to do that job anymore. It's not about a gang saying whether or not you can do something. It's you recognizing you don't want to even do you don't even want to do it. You don't want to be a part of it. So anyway, I appreciate everybody. Go follow the 40-year-old vegan and Keith. Keith also has a Tofu Whisper. Please go follow them. Do you guys want to say anything about your channel? I always just like brush over you guys, and I'd rather you guys say something about your own channel.
I mean, not much other than, like, yeah, I'm mostly here doing, like, vegan TikTok lives and whatnot. So if you ever want to have a discussion, then yeah, just follow me. You'll see me at some point on somebody's live, either on this account or like Tofu Whisperer. And yeah, other than that, like, if you're just trying to, like, if you're interested in veganism, you don't necessarily want to have a discussion, you just want to learn more about it. Linktree in my bio, I've, like, curated a massive, like, compilation of links, like documentaries, books, research articles, news articles, references, resources, YouTube channels, the whole 9 yards, like whatever your preferred medium would be to learn more about veganism. I've curated it, basically in one spot. So you can just go there and, analyze all that information. And, even if you're unwilling to have a conversation about it, more likely than not, if you were to onboard all of the information and all those documentaries and research and references, etc., more likely than not, you'd probably arrive at the conclusion anyways that you should be vegan, even without a conversation. So
yeah, it's true. I didn't have anyone talk to me. I wish I did. I had to find that information on my own. If someone had spoken to me, I would have gone vegan so much faster. But yeah. David?
Yeah, that would have been nice if someone was protesting in front of the place I worked at. I was just a year older than this Andy guy who started working in these places, and I'm still a little suspicious. I don't know.
Yeah. I did look it up. Apparently it does happen.
It is, but
This
I don't know if
weird,
he
though.
paused because he wasn't sure. Maybe he said clean, and I don't. Anyways, but yeah. So I'm the 40-year-old vegan. Not so much 40 anymore, but yeah. I'm on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, and like VSL. I'm out in the streets talking to people about veganism, and also going to the slaughterhouses and showing the truth about what takes place with their food systems. So,
Awesome.
yeah.
Please go follow both of those vegans. Great activists, and you'll see whenever they're live. So go follow them on all the platforms. They're great. And I'll throw myself out there. Go follow Vegan Stoner Lady. I'm on all platforms as well. I stream on both YouTube and TikTok. Both my TikTok activism and my street activism. So you can see both on both YouTube and TikTok. And please go follow Anti-Animal Use. It's the other group that I am a part of. Not this week, but next week we'll be going live talking to people on the streets, asking them about veganism and why they're not vegan. Most people agree with the same principle that we've been talking about, that we shouldn't exploit each other if we can avoid doing so. So go follow Anti-Animal Use on TikTok. I'm blurring everything together. We just need 45 more followers so we can keep going live. So thank you guys for all being here. If you're not vegan, go vegan and go find a vegan activist to go follow right now to watch. I'm sure there's somebody live right now, Universe probably, or I don't know, somebody. Go follow them, go watch, go ask questions, and you can reach out to any of us. The rest of you just have a great vegan day. And thank you also for the donations. I saw there was a lot of, thank you guys for sending those. Thank you. You guys have a
Oh,
good rest
yeah.
of your day.
Thank you. Thank you for the donations as well.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. The hearts and I can't say much though because TikTok keeps flagging me. So I'll let you guys go. Thank you so much. You guys have a good rest of your day. Awesome. I don't know what to say about donations now on TikTok because I've gotten multiple flags for thanking people for donating. So now I'm like, what do I say? Do I just say thank you? Like, thanks for that sticker? I don't know. It's just TikTok is so frustrating. Also, it does this thing where it drops or keeps putting the chat back into the window. Thank you. Try to get this corner back up there so you guys can see me. What's it look like? Yeah, it looks good enough. Thank you, David, for being up here. Sabby, oh my God, that's right. Oh my gosh. That's what I was like. There were other donations. What was I thinking of? Sabby, you got 5 memberships for others. I thought I wrote down their names. I don't know where I moved so many things around now. What? Oh, you got a membership too? That's funny. Dang it. I wrote it down. Where did I write it? I kept moving things around on my desk, so I don't even know now damn it. Oh. Yeah, I have literally no idea where I wrote everyone's name down. Oh, there it is. I said Mrs. again. What's wrong with me? Miss Teaspoons, Neil. I don't know who Ragsy is. Ragsy? And Bible Dumb Podcast. What? I didn't even know that they were in there. Bible Dumb, it's good to see you. They're what? Lurkers. Oh, okay, lurkers. I love it. Yeah, exactly. Taste doesn't justify cruelty or exploitation. Pleasure doesn't justify cruelty or exploitation. We actually started to pick up towards the end there, but I'm pretty tired and I wanted to toke and I haven't even eaten my ribs. Look at this, guys. I'm eating vegan tempeh. I mean, tempeh usually is already vegan, but I'm eating tempeh that's soyless. I don't want to put it over. I can't. Okay, hold on a second. I was given this and I can't hold 2 things. There you go. So this is soyless. Soyless tempeh ribs. They're so good.
Quite firm.
They're so good. They put them in like a sweet. What do you call? How do you describe that? Like a sweet barbecue bean flavor. It's delicious. I love it so much. It's a company here in Portland. I can't remember they're called what? Crow and Squirrel. What a cute name too. You know what's weird though is this company that makes soyless tempeh that's vegan still. They're not vegan. So weird. And they make other other meat alternatives, and again, they're not vegan. It's so weird. I mean, the alternatives are everything they make is vegan, but the people that started the company are not vegan. It's so weird. Yeah, please don't spam. Prefer that. Well, it's the same principle to not be racist. You can be racist like 1% of the time, right? That still makes you a racist person because you think it's your right, your entitlement to be racist, right? That's the problem. Racists think that they have an entitlement to be racist, to think of themselves as superior and to act on that. So, just in that sense that everybody should avoid being racist, you should avoid animal exploitation. Yeah. A lot of vegans eat meat. It's vegan. It's made from plants. Sorry. It's not about yeah, it's not about how you want to be treated, right? It's about how they want to be treated. Does an individual prefer to live and be left alone and not exploited? You should respect that. If you want it respected in yourself, then you should respect it in others. And even if you don't respect it in yourself, you can still, understand that the best thing to do, morally speaking, is to not exploit others. I don't know if I have a favorite restaurant right now. There's a couple of different places I really like. Faceplant has your typical fast food restaurant food like McDonald's or Burger King kind of thing. And they're pretty good. And it's all vegan. Then there's also Blackwater. And they have a teriyaki burger, which is delicious, all vegan again, the whole establishment. I think Gnarly's though was I don't know. Gnarly's and Wicked were my favorite restaurants, but they shut down. They're not around anymore. Those were my absolute favorite places to haunt. The maker of Wicked, the restaurant Wicked, not the food line that you can buy in grocery stores. But the restaurant Wicked, they actually opened up a new cafe, and it's also really good, but it's a cafe, so it's all baked goods and coffee, which is delicious. But I'm less likely to go out of my way to go get those things, whereas like the food stuff I'm gonna order. So I'm really sad that my favorite restaurants are gone. Yeah, so you don't need to be a butcher, and I'm hoping that your job becomes obsolete or you become like a plant-based butcher. Like we have plant-based butcheries where it's like plants that make it look like meats if we want to like have that cultural look still, but not demand someone be exploited. I'd be okay with that. We actually here in Portland we have a vegan deli, in fact. Hmm. No, no injustice. I'm so sorry. That sucks. Yeah, that's a good quote. None are as blind as those who refuse to see. Who said that humans are meant to eat animals? Who said that? Human flesh has a lot of nutrients in it. In fact, this has exactly what a growing human body needs. Does that make it justifiable now for you to farm me, to violate me, or exploit me? Oh, I don't know what this one is. What is the strain of this? Oh, that's why it's so good. It's toad venom. I really like this one. Lick the toad. It's not a real frog. But the toad, it's one of my favorite strains. If it's grown right, it's sticky, the buds are huge, and it's like this candy with like a burning fuel flavor. Which sounds disgusting to those that don't use cannabis, but trust me, it's delicious. It's like candy gas is how I describe it. Candy and gas. So, Poco, you know that most vegans weren't born vegan, right? Like, I'd say 99% of vegans were not born vegan. Vegans don't go vegan because they don't like the flavor of others. I'm sure humans taste delicious, but I don't want to demand someone lose everything for me to have 15 minutes of sensory pleasure. Pigs are so smart. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say we're meant to respect other living beings, but we can and we should. Because I'm a living being, I want to be respected. Well, it's interesting that you don't care, and yet you sat in this live, and with your little fingies, you decided to take the time to tippity tap a message so that we knew what you were thinking, that you don't care. I don't know, that's a lot of effort for not caring. Well, I mean, you say your opinion, that doesn't protect you from repercussions of saying your opinion. People who eat plants are unhealthy, skinny, chanced patients. I'm sorry, who is the hospital full of? What's our number one unaliver as humans? Or what's our number one killer? We're on YouTube. Cardiovascular disease. What leads that? Dietary cholesterol. Wow. So we're getting the rest of the children. Then why would you be against any processing of an animal if they're just to be used, right? It doesn't matter. Why do we have to be nice to them if they're going to be used anyway? It looks like Dan Bryan is looking for a date. Yeah, you can't love someone and then stick them with sharp objects to end their life. It's not, you can't do that at the same time. I reported you. Goodbye. Oh, look, someone with a Nazi flag. The American Nazi flag. You don't know what veganism is then. Veganism is an ethical stance against the exploitation of sentient beings, Jonah. What's the point of a plant-based butcher? Sounds like it's for food art. Well, they've created foods that mimic the same odd shapes that you make animals into. Like, you notice that animal products don't look like the animals they come from. Like, you most often don't buy a steak that looks like a cow, right? It's in a round, weird shape. Same thing when you like eat chicken nuggies, right? Those are not in the shape of the animal. They're like some random mush mash. So, like, what's the point of making meat into another shape? That's what a butcher would be for plants. It'd be the same thing that we have for meat. Somebody just cutting it in a way so that it's processed in a way that we want. Sometimes they're making it there. Like, they'll make sausages. They'll make deli slices. They'll make a whole roast that you can take home. What's wrong with places that exist like that? Honestly, you know what's funny is when people are like, why do you make plants look like meat? That's what they sound like too. And it's funny because it's like, well, so that we can participate in culture, you know, what everyone else is doing without demanding someone else's exploitation. And we could all do that. We could still have barbecues, still have butcheries. We could still, you know, I can't think of another example. Just everything that we have alternatives for. We don't need to use animals. It's just that people are afraid of change. They're scared. That fear holds them back. People let fear drive their lives. Even small things like this, you know, it's minuscule to us, this change. This minor change, though, is everything to those animals. They're desperate for you to be vegan. Okay, that's what I thought. I reported that guy. I couldn't see your guys' comments anymore. Plants are not conscious. Maybe go look up evidence before you just assume things. Do you just look around the world and assume you know how everything works? Or do you look to science? I hope you look to science. Yes, plants make noise. Those are called cavitations. It's the same thing as like a balloon letting out air. It's just a pop of air. That's all it is. They are straws that suck up water. And when you pull them apart, little oxygen bubbles go pop. Animals, on the other hand, are sentient. They care about themselves. They feel. And it's not my science, Long Patrol. It's science. Clearly, you're ignorant and don't understand what science is. I'm sorry that our education systems failed you so badly. Science is a process. It's not a deity. Science is it's how we understand things. So one person has a theory, and they come up with a process on how to test that theory, and then they have a conclusion on what happened. And then the next person sees what happens, reads through the study, replicates the same situation to see if they get the same result. And we do that over and over and over again. That's an example of science. It's not, like I said, it's not an individual. It's us coming together and double checking and verifying among each other that, hey, I'm getting the same result. Or more often, yeah, I'm getting that same result. But it is you. It is not me, though. It's actual science. Like, regardless of what I do, science exists. What do you mean it's my science? Oh my God, so many dumb people. It's so funny how many people are walking around with just peanut husks for brains. How do I feel about owners of fast food places? They're probably getting rich off of making people sick. I think that we have a world that's so depressed that we look to our food for dopamine, and now we're all addicted to making ourselves sick, sadly. I think if we're going to have any fast food restaurants, they should be vegan. That's at least a step in the right direction. We're not demanding someone's exploitation while we hurt ourselves. Actually, we're currently using AI to understand cows. So it's not that we need to force them to talk. It's that we can understand what they are already saying. Yeah, your science. It's for everyone. Exactly, Savvy. It's it's so funny. That's okay. You don't need to eat fast food. In fact, it's healthier to eat a whole food plant-based diet. Look up vegan Dailey Dozen. I don't have a card in front of me. Normally I have a card. Oh, right. OBS. Right here. There it is. This one. There you go. That's how you get everything you need on a whole food plant-based diet. You are ready for the world, my friend. You can do it. All right. You guys, I've yapped enough at you. I'm sorry. Yeah. Imagine life sucking so much you have to hunt animals for a bit of pleasure. How pathetic. Yeah, I agree. In fact, that's a sign that you genuinely need therapeutic help. And that's not a jab. We all need to have talk therapy, honestly. But when you're showing signs like that, getting joy out of someone else's suffering, joy out of robbing someone of something, you need to talk to somebody. There's something going on. You're crying out for help in some way, because that's not healthy, you know, and we want to help you. We don't want you to be hurting yourself or others. All right. I don't know what that means. I will catch y'all later. Go find a vegan to watch. I wish that I was better at doing the hangout streams. I'm just so awkward and I just want to smoke, and I know that I look silly when I die coughing, so I'm gonna go smoke in shame without the camera on me. Exactly. Too long didn't read. Non-vegans have zero arguments still. They cannot refute veganism. Well put. All right. If you're not vegan, be vegan. You can fish without pulling fish out of the water. In fact, you can do magnet fishing. That's the best thing you can do. Clean up our waterways. Respect those that are living in the water. Don't pull them out of their home. Okay, I'll see y'all later. Have a great rest of your day. Oh, is that someone else's live? Awesome. Go click on the link that David just put in there. Go follow David. We need him to be a full-time activist. I mean, he sort of already is, but we need him all the time anyway. So send him money. He's an awesome activist. I'll see y'all later. If you're not vegan, be vegan.